one of our roles here has always been to take away excess money from people who don't know what to do with it, who can't think of a better idea about how to spend their money. In the old days, the mechanism for doing that was you throw it on a table. Put that into the context of throwing away a bottle of 7-Up at a club, that's only just slightly more honest about it.
If you're talking crass commercialism, in the very best sense of the word, this is it. Is it the cultural center of the country? We may not want to think it is, but is it?
What is the rest of the country? I don't know, but it's that place where they all leave and come here.
I took a walk through this beautiful world, felt the cool rain on my shoulder, found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la.
I can go to the desert, but I am not going to get there by accident. But that's part of the whole experience of the desert is that, you know, it ain't friendly, it ain't nice, it ain't good, you know? You're out here, you know, a half a mile. It doesn't matter if you're a half a mile out or you're 20 miles out. There's no reason to walk a mile further. You're already in infinite desolation. Sin City was true, it was real. Part of moving out here was you were never going to see the family again. I mean, that was this. I'm moving to Vegas, and you ain't coming to see me, and I ain't coming to see you. I mean, that's the character of the city. It really was the pit of America. It wasn't that somebody came out here because I'm going to make $1 million. It was I'm going to come out here and I'm going to survive, and you all ain't going to bug me anymore back home.
In Vegas, there's winners and losers. And God knows, I've been both. In a place like this where you can lose your shirt on the unlucky turn of a card, you need a friend. And for my sins, I got Ruhlman. Currently evading prosecution in just about every jurisdiction from his hometown Cleveland to Grand Forks, wanted for bail jumping, usury, misuse of livestock, assault, grand theft auto. Also the respected author of such food-related classics as the French Laundry Cookbook and Soul of a Chef. He washed up in Vegas at just the right time. Vegas was always the most unlikely of dreams, the longest of long shots in the middle of the desert. A real but imaginary space that keeps expanding, creeping ever larger across the wasteland. Back in the 40s, the 50s, it was a small town. 100,000 became 300,000, became 500,000, then 1 million, then 2. But it doesn't matter if it was 5 years ago or 50. The town has always ended like this. An abrupt cut and the desert rats on the horizon. But there are comfortable, dark places too, where a man can have a drink, meet like-minded sophisticados of the open West. Places like this.
It's the good stuff. It's Jameson Black.
Yeah, that's yum.
You can do 30 of those.
Huntridge Tavern, where those who have to live it, see it, the things that men do day after day, night after night, in a town where people are encouraged to do their worst, where they can drink the stain away.
This is the side of Vegas I like.
This side.
Yeah, because people here are like really cynical.
Really?
They have a dim worldview, even more dim than me.
That's hard.
Do you know what this whole show's about? Do you know there's a theme?
No.
This is about people who live here. You know, when all the meatheads come and go, they're still here. These people have seen every variety of horrifying human behavior. So, I mean, the whole business model is come to Vegas and behave really, really badly.
I think it's encouraged people to be even worse. But they're expected to do that. Kind of makes my skin crawl.
Really?
Not here. Here, I like it. I'm comfortable here, even in my blazer.
Right. Is this an easy town to make a living or a hard town to make a living?
Depends on what you do. 25 years behind the bar, you see some shit.
If you were born and bred here,
I
Yeah,
am.
she's third generation.
third generation, are you an optimist or a pessimist? Do you think that basically the human race are good people?
I'd say roughly half of them.
Half are going.
Half are going.
There are probably more knuckleheads per square foot in the Vegas Strip than anywhere in America.
Yeah, but I'm
Anywhere in America.
not hanging with those people, man. There will be a few high-end meals during our adventure here. We will be sampling the other side, but there's a price.
There's always a price with you.
There are places in Vegas where the available rooms are not listed on any websites. Places reserved for the whales, the high rollers, the 10 million a night gamblers who arrive by private plane.
Bobby Flay probably lives like this all the time.
Yeah, it could go dark, couldn't it? Could get very dark here. I honestly never thought it would have come to this.
Well, it was dunking fries 14 years ago, so
You've made some steps up.
you're making me feel better about all of this luxury. Looking back at that,
Yeah, you deserve this.
you're right. You're
You
right.
deserve this.
Entering my golden years era. They don't show this in the Viagra commercials. You know, they're always running down a beach with a tennis racket. They're never sitting here. You know, go in and kill some young people. You'd be like, throw another poor person in there. It's getting cold. To victory, Roman. Victory in our time. You always try to comfort yourself in situations like this, thinking, oh, I'm sure they're, people who are really, really wealthy, they're probably really miserable. They don't know the sort of ups and downs, the happiness, the contrast, the passion that I have. But we don't know, do we? Right? Like maybe every day is like wonderful.
Gentlemen, just to welcome you, little toast foie gras, black truffle vinaigrette.
Lovely.
Yes, sir. Toast foie gras, black truffle vinaigrette.
Perfect, thank you.
Delicious.
Perfect, perfect.
The Hadrian Villa at Caesar's Palace. A little pad they give you if your credit line runs into the 8 figures. How did I get it? I told the casino that Wolf Blitzer was coming, that he was expected any minute. I suggested that Wolf might be hungry, and they sent up Guy Savoy. Fortunately, he doesn't watch a lot of television. And I plan to live large till they figure out that Wolf ain't coming. I'll deal with the fallout later. But for now, we live.
So, gentlemen, this dish is called the colors of caviar. Everything is in layers. On the bottom of the glass, you're going to find a caviar vinaigrette, topped with a cream of caviar, then topped with a puree of French green beans with caviar, then a quenelle of golden Ossetra caviar, and with you're finishing the dish with a caviar sabayon.
Ah, beautiful. Look at that.
It's rare that I say it's too beautiful to eat.
I was just thinking now. Oh, speaking of fantastically luxurious.
So, messieurs, this is a specialty of Mr. Savoy, the artichoke soup, with fresh black truffle and shavings of aged Parmesan cheese.
Oh, man. That's truffle.
So, messieurs, this is the marmite. It's a combination of pheasant, wild crab, and duck, seared foie gras, cabbage, and wild mushrooms. Please enjoy.
Wow, look at this. Oh, that is beautiful. You feel guilty eating this well?
I do.
You do?
I do.
I'm feeling guilty now, but it will pass.
I'll follow you then.
Wow. You ever even seen anything like this?
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this anywhere.
Yeah, me either.
And the thing is, you can see the main pool from the window here. You can see the hoi polloi.
I was thinking about inviting them all up to our crib
Don't you dare do that.
for a party.
No.
Hey, don't they deserve a good time? I don't know. Maybe not.
Not gonna happen.
We're getting back to guilt. Do you feel enlightened and inspired by this meal?
What are you asking? What are you getting at here? You're trying to get at something.
Try to make myself feel better. I mean, I'm trying to prove that I'm down with the people, man. I'm still cool.
This guilt keeps coming back.
I
You
feel-
keep bringing up the guilt.
You're right. I feel guilty.
Then don't do these shows. What are you doing here if you feel so guilty about it?
I don't. I feel guilty about not feeling guilty.
That's more to the point. Now you're
Right.
starting to be honest with yourself.
Right.
It's so easy to say I came out here because it's a land of opportunity. Well, that's really great, you know. But if you're not here, why else are you here? There's the good old wreck your life, you know, scenario. That's always pretty popular. But if you change your mind about wrecking your life, now what do I do? There's a lot less self-reflection about why people are here than there is about most other places. What a lost opportunity that is.
Sinatra and the mob are gone, but there remains still a certain sentimental attachment to the way things used to be. There were rules then, a way that things were done. And when they weren't done, there was always the desert and a hole in the ground. Also, there were lounges and rug joints and places where a man could get a proper plate of Italian-American meatballs and spaghettis. Thankfully, there still are such places. Places like this, the Bootlegger. It's a family operation. Mama Maria's family has been running it for 41 years. You got your veal parm, your fettuccine alfredo, your steaks and shrimps. Don't forget the iceberg wedge with the blue cheese, which, believe me, you want.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Bootlegger. Thank you very much. This is Charlie Schaefer, my esteemed father. My name is Laura Schaefer, and we're your entertainment for the evening.
I've got the blues, I feel so lonely. I'd give the world if I could only make him understand. Oh, it surely would be grand.
The Bootlegger has a reputation for being a locals joint, and it is. But there's a lot of out-of-towners, too, sentimental fools like me, who, if they don't exactly miss Frank Sinatra, definitely miss Dino and Louis Prima and Keely Smith.
Come home.
When I was 19, I got my first show on the Strip, and it was a small casino, which is not there anymore now. It's been imploded for something newer, bigger, and better.
Baby, won't you please come home?
And what I do anyway, it's part jazz, part nostalgia. But I mean, obviously I do it with a heavy dose of nostalgia because I'm recreating the whole look, not just singing the old songs. Which is what makes it fun for me.
To call your name. When you left, you broke my heart.
Pick one, Dean Martin or Frank Sinatra. You get to see one of them live in a small room like this.
Frank Sinatra.
Going with Dino.
I like Dino as a person better because I've never heard anybody say anything bad about him.
Whereas Sinatra, you'd have a hard time hearing something good. There does seem to be a soundtrack to Old Vegas.
A soundtrack upon check-in?
Right, yeah. Does that help?
Who, me or
Yeah,
any
does it help
other
you?
entertainer?
Well, an affection for the classics, an expectation that while I'm here, I should hear some standards.
I don't know if there's a certain place that people stay who are sentimental about Las Vegas, because there are very few hotels left that were there in the old days. They've all been imploded.
They've recreated ancient Rome, sort of, on the Amalfi Coast in Paris. You would think somebody would want to recreate Vegas. I'd go there.
I'd work there.
Yeah.
Every hour, every day, you won't hear me say, oh, baby, won't you please come on home? Baby, won't you please come home?
Thank you very much.
You know, you used to be able to go see Louis Prima 3 a.m., have breakfast, and then go out and watch an atomic bomb explode in the distance. I mean, that
That sounds like a good time.
I would like to live in.
Was it better before? Is it better now?
Well,
Is
you
it
know,
different.
It's better to talk about before. People loved having their mob stories, and there's that weird romance of bad people.
Yeah.
I don't think it actually was better. I think it was really good if you were Sinatra.
Penn Jillette, another cog in the entertainment machine, though at a somewhat more elevated level. Of the live acts left in Vegas, his might be the biggest draw. I suggested this place because Raku off the Strip is where every chef I know who knows this town said I should go. The Japanese modern izakaya known as one of the best places to eat in Vegas. Casual, but pricey. Pricey because the ingredients, many from around the world. There's sea urchin from Santa Barbara. Okay, that's not too far, but good. The tuna is from Spain, where it's best. The fresh river crab from Japan.
That was good, right?
Yeah, delicious.
I didn't even know oysters came that big.
Oh, yeah. Isaki sashimi, isaki belly, juicy deep-fried chicken, hamachi belly, and one of my favorites, fish collar, where all the best, tastiest, moistest, meatiest bits hide their favors. Penn has been living here and performing here for over 20 years. He knows.
The thing about magic is you cannot see it electronically. Many people who come to Vegas are people that see 1 or 2 live shows a year. And if you see 1 or 2 live shows, you might as well see something that you can only see live.
Right.
But you can never, ever see a magician anyway but live.
These days, for better or worse, live acts, live performers are being squeezed out in favor of EDM, electronic dance music. It's a DJ's world, and where once they used to say cocaine was God's way of telling you had too much money, now maybe EDM is.
We get invited to all the openings of the new clubs, but I simply don't understand it. And I'm embarrassed I don't understand it.
Are we just old?
I think that might be it.
Or are we non-douchey?
I don't know. You want to spin at the latter, I'm afraid it might be the former.
Used to be a whole spectrum of entertainers who existed almost entirely in Vegas. Danny Gans was huge here. Wayne Newton. They were gods. But what's the big money draw now? This. Come, ye lords and princelings of douchedom, hear my clarion call. Anointeth thyself with gel and heavenly body spray. Maketh the sign of the devil horns with thine hands. Let there be high-fiving and the hugging of many bros. For this is the kingdom and the power. Now frolic and maketh it to reign.
The cockpit. Power.
It is, man. It's crazy.
Just press a button and people respond.
They do, man.
Wednesday night at the Marquee. DJ Jason Lima works for the house. Tonight at Marquee and at other clubs like it around Vegas, somewhere between 8,000 and 10,000 people are going to stop by and drop a whole load of cash.
I mean, it's not just coming in here and ordering a bottle and sitting there and drinking it.
Right.
You're getting a full-on group experience.
The new money, the new Vegas, where the take at the big nightclubs is outpacing the take from gambling and slots, where everybody, for the right price and with enough sparkles and the right mix, can be a winner.
After you finish work, how long does it take for your adrenaline to level up?
At least an hour.
What are your dreams like, man?
I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I close my eyes and I still see the strobes. Ears are ringing. I still got like flashes of strobe lights in the
Las Vegas is an adult playland, and that's what we intend to be. If people want to see Mickey Mouse, they can go 175 miles down the road. If they want to see Bugsy Siegel under a rock, they stay here.
Is there a Mr. Vegas, like Elvis or Wayne Newton or Bugsy Siegel used to be? If there is, it would probably be this guy, former mayor Oscar Goodman. A man who knows, allegedly, and to the best of my knowledge, where all the bodies are buried, some of them equally allegedly, by some of his former clients. We meet over drinks at Oscar's, the steakhouse that bears his name and boasts beef, booze, and broads.
You had some colorful clients. Who was nice and who was less fun to have a...
Well, the truth of the matter is, all my clients were nice to me because I kept them out of prison.
Did alleged mob guys know how to eat?
My mother used to say two things, she said. She's the greatest lady. She said, Oscar's clients don't hurt anybody, they just kill each other.
Right.
And she also said, Oscar's clients take us to the best restaurants.
They knew where to go.
They knew where to go, yeah. And always treated right. I mean, they were always treated like kings and queens.
Did the feds hold it against you? I mean, you know, you were just doing your job, but I mean,
They didn't see it that way.
They didn't see it
They
that
thought
way.
I was a consigliere, as a matter of fact. In order to murder somebody, they had to get my permission. I mean, that's how stupid these people were.
Anthony the Ant Spilotro, Meyer Lansky, these were gentlemen not unknown to Mayor Goodman.
Well, a lot of people tell you that it's a better place when the mob was running it, and in many ways, that's true.
There were rules then that mattered. You know, the old saying, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Back when the mob ran things, there was a certain urgency to that suggestion.
Well, we saw that with Princess Harry. I mean,
right. I mean,
and that was a perfect example. I mean, here's a guy who was here
Yeah.
having a good time in the old Vegas. That would have never happened. There would
Right.
never have been a disclosure. In today's modern age, it was all over the world in moments.
Moments.
Yes.
It says something about the town that His Honor served 3 terms as mayor. He's an unabashed booster, entrepreneur, drinker of hard liquor, and gambler. And he was never shy about admitting it.
I mean, it's unique. It's its own sort of
But that's what
hothouse
Vegas,
environment.
but that's what Vegas is. Vegas is unique. But I'll tell you one thing. You go to the airport here, everybody's smiling. When they come in, they're smiling. They can't wait to lose their money. Then when they leave, they're smiling after they lost their money. So I think it's very, very special. It's a special kind of place that people can take their basest instincts and just let it fly. I think that's good. I have no problem with that at all.
When you come to Vegas, you see this. The lights and smoke and mirrors, the casino floors. But who manages the machine? Where do they come from? Beneath the floors, behind the walls, above the winking surveillance camera lenses, a whole other world, manned by thousands and thousands of waiters, maintenance people, repairmen, chefs, engineers, plumbers, and croupiers. 3 shifts a day, they slip in and out of the casinos almost unseen through their own entrances. But it's these people who've seen it all, seen everything, night after night. Benny's been working here since Caesars opened in August of 1966. He's dealt cards to everybody.
I dealt to Diana Ross, Harry Belafonte, Sinatra, Sammy Davis.
Sinatra was not supposed to be particularly amiable at the table.
Sinatra was class.
Really?
It was class. It was the jungle. But those were good days. But it's nice now, too.
Would you describe yourself as a degenerate gambler?
Yeah, I definitely have been. I'm trying to move past that. We have a 2-year-old at home, so I'm working in that phase, but I'll always have that gambling gear. There's no doubt about it.
Eric and Erica Lindgren are professional gamblers, poker players to be precise. It's routine for them to sit down to a game with a bankroll of $500,000. Tonight, slightly smaller stakes.
Hey, Benny, how do you like my chances?
Good. Good.
That's a trained answer.
Instead of actual poker, we're set up with a dumbed-down for the camera version of Texas Hold'em. You play against the house. The odds, to say the least, are stacked against you.
Oh, here's a winner. Here's a winner. Yeah, 2 pair. He's cutting up over there. See how easy it is? You got this game down.
Uh-oh. Those are famous last words.
All right, let's put out a hundo. Let's see what happens.
All right, now we have a pair of 7s.
I want to bet.
Okay. I have trips.
Oh.
It's gonna be pretty hard to beat.
You're a dead man, Benny.
I'm a dead man.
I bet again.
Okay. 2 pair. Pair of deuces.
Oh.
2 pair. Pair of 10s.
Oh, no.
Pair of kings.
Benny.
Oh, full house.
Goodness, Benny.
Huh?
You got a full house. This is unbelievable. Is there like the cooler standing behind us?
All right, well, that works for me.
Thank you very much.
This was what we call a learning experience in my case.
That was fun. We got away with our shirts.
Let's not do it again.
Yeah, let's never do it again.
It's easy to find people that'll help you untangle a mess, but somebody's got to be the one to create the mess in the first place that calls for untangling. Where's our metaphor here? Easy to tangle, but untangling this. This is going to be so much fun.
Anthony Bourdain is an artist and a born and bred Las Vegas native. After many adventures, and I'm guessing some misadventures as well, he chose to live here.
To what degree am I complicit in the worst of our city by making art that glorifies the city? I don't profit directly from what those people do, but of course I do because I live in the city and that money rolls all around us. But how do we live with it? It's not why and where other people come from who do the grotesque things people do here. It's how do we live here, complicit in it. And that's the big issue, is to be able to be self-reflective about the place, or you got to just go and stay high all the time because of the shame. I mean, you know, which is another popular way to deal with living here.
Is Vegas a friendly town?
Yeah, always friendly, because that's our job.
But I mean, to itself, you know,
well, that's a great
you're a
question.
local.
No. I mean,
No.
Not a bit. This town's never had any respect whatsoever for the people who just happen to live here. In the old days, we were co-conspirators in those days. We weren't citizens. The new authorities, the new power, is exactly as anonymous as the old power. No phone number, no access, not a chance.
There has been for some years an art community in Vegas. You know, like art, that makes your life, all our lives, better and makes us think. Granted, Vegas is a town designed to make you not think, to separate you from your money in as pleasurable a way as possible. So pleasurable that even after you limp out of town, leaking from your ass with nothing in your pockets, you want to come back and do it again. Reflection, not so good.
As a resident, what are the general rules of survival?
Don't cry about being broke. I mean, if I'm broke, more than likely it's because I threw away my money and too bad for me because I didn't get lucky.
Don't cry about being broke, okay?
I gave that away.
What's another one?
It's the smile. That is absolutely local characteristic.
This is a service industry town.
One of our roles here has always been to take away excess money from people who don't know what to do with it, and who can't think of a better idea about how to spend their money. We'll always take it. Well,
is that worse than before, or?
The wrong is there are people with that kind of income who could put it to so many thrilling uses and can think of nothing so crass and boring than to wave the money in the air and throw it away. How loathsome. But within us, within those of us who live here, is that challenge. And this has always been. Here we are.
You are sitting at Lotus of Siam, best Thai restaurant in Vegas by far, one of the best Thai restaurants in America.
Jet Tila has been here before. An LA guy, he came out here to do 4 years as executive chef at Encore, a Wynn casino on the Strip. He's a reigning authority on Thai food, but really everybody who loves Thai food knows about this place.
What you should order here should only be Northern. If you go to the back of the menu, it says Northern Specialties. If you come here and eat chicken with cashew nuts and drunken noodles, someone should punch you in the face.
Right.
It's one of those restaurants.
Saipen Chutama is the owner and chef. Now get this, and it's important. You don't do pad Thai here. You do what they are uniquely superb at, which is specifically the food of Northern Thailand.
Num prick.
Oh, yeah, of course, love it.
Literal translation, chili dip. It's really more of like a composed, room temperature salad. Nam khao tod is a puffed, crispy rice salad with preserved pork sausage.
Well, that's good.
Jackfruit salad.
Jackfruit salad.
Jackfruit salad. This is hung lei, a pork curry, braised down with garlic and ginger.
This pork is amazing.
Isn't that great? And that's Northern log.
Right.
Very important dish.
Whoa, that looks really pretty.
This is cow soy. This is the food my grandma made.
That's perfection, man.
Oh. What I love about Vegas Asian food is on one street you got the best Szechuan food, the best Cantonese food, and you drive down the street and you get the best Thai food. It's a funky, awesome Asian
How did that
place.
happen?
Gambling.
But I mean, well, they're high rollers who come into town and they need the good.
A dude with a $2 to $10 million credit line at Wynn is going to go eat a $10 Chinese meal because it's the closest thing he has to home food. I'm gonna go eat Asian food, I'm gonna come back, I'm gonna drop $5 million more bucks, and then go home.
And this is what avant-garde cooking is. People think that we want to do things in a way because we want to be cool. No, we do it because really we believe we are increasing the value of the product we're working with. We are giving you the essence.
E by Jose Andres. Tonight, 3 seats. Tucked away in the back of another of Jose's restaurants, Haleo. Behind the guys making paella over open flame in the center of a crowded dining room. Quiet, serene, a kind of magic. This is granted a far cry from the $1 shrimp cocktail and the all-you-can-eat buffets groaning under the weight of 1,000 carbs. Iberico ham and bean soup with black and roasted garlic. Jamon, baby, the world's best, like from Spain. Nitro almond cup, a frozen shell made from a puree of Marcona almonds, filled with almond milk espuma and finished with Andalusian caviar.
You know, Chef, this meal is working very well. My palate is open. I'm intrigued. I'm only growing more hungry and excited. The desired effect is taking hold.
If you are a famous chef and you're lured, as so many are, to the rivers of green promised by Vegas, it's nice if you can get yourself a playroom.
So, gentlemen, this is El Vermouth.
So it's mussels, olives with an escabeche foam.
He doesn't use the word foam.
I will say air.
Air.
Water. It goes all over the place. It's a mess. A chef cannot do anything with this. Air gives us the opportunity. All of a sudden, water is not water anymore. Water has a body, belongs.
The truffle egg, a gelée of truffles formed into an egg shape with an actual yolk suspended in the center.
And this is the idea of what if we will be feeding our chickens truffles? Will their eggs become like this?
Served with onion puree, jazabal cream, and finished with more, lots more, shaved white truffle.
This is crispy chicken skin and escabeche.
I'm sliding this off right into my face.
Incredible.
So, gentlemen, this is your portion of the salt roasted foie gras, and Brian's gonna come finish it with a clementine sauce for you.
And light is key, light and flavorful.
Gentlemen, this is your next course. Cocoches al pio pio.
This is squid ink sauce?
Yep.
Awesome.
This is Secreto Iberico de Bellota. Secreto, or the secret, it's the secret cut of the Iberian pig,
yes.
located underneath the front shoulder.
This is an homage of the goodness of the sea meets the goodness of the earth. You know the work that goes into creating a menu like this? Hold on. That we put the work doesn't mean it's good. When a food critic, they come and they say, the chef was not there. And I look at the food critic saying, this is almost like a lack of respect. Who do you think these people are? Where do you think they come from? What do you think their careers are? Every one of those amazing thousands of chefs, sous chefs that we have across the world, they are as good, if not better, than the guys that have the big name on top with neon letter.
There is not 1 acre of preserved Mojave Desert in the city limits of Las Vegas. Why would you preserve this? This desolation is not nurturing. We can't be here unless there's a lot of technology supporting our present. And so, there's a sense of the city versus nature. This is not our friend.
You'd think, looking at the vast lakes, the canals, the fountains of Vegas in the middle of a desert, the flush of 100,000 toilets, that the casinos and what they bring would constitute an obscene waste of water. And indeed, water is at an ever more desperate premium as the water levels in the Colorado River Reservoir at Lake Mead decrease at an alarming rate. But it ain't the casinos that are the culprits. In fact, Vegas casinos are a model of water efficiency and conservation. Main culprit? The all-American lawn, a little square of green. Robert Kern is water police. He patrols the Vegas streets looking for evidence of water violations.
There's finally some water in the gutter, actually, on both sides. This is not their day. We're in an area where there shouldn't be any watering, yet there's water here. So that's what we do. We drive around looking for something like that to give them a little educational visit. Hey, you're not supposed to water today.
So you don't wrestle them to the ground, cuff them, and drag them in?
No, we do not. Although we can go to a fee.
Around how much?
$80.
$80. What about the...
Then it doubles.
Then it
160,
doubles.
320.
And it just keeps going.
Yeah.
It seems to me a losing battle to try to keep your grass green. Do you
Right.
really need a lawn in the first place?
Well, most everyone that lives here came from the Midwest or the East Coast, and it was all lush and green, and that's what Vegas was 20 years ago.
It was lush and green.
Sure, sure.
The city assigns watering days to control usage and also encourages xeriscaping, a landscaping style focused on drought-resistant plants and efficient irrigation. And if you don't get with the program, there's a hole out there in the desert for you, Dad. Okay, not really. You get like a notice pinned to your door or something. But some people, they want the lawn.
Yep.
Gotta have it.
And they can have it, just don't water on the wrong days.
How critical is it?
Very. I mean, there's no snow on the Western Sierra, so we don't get any continued flow into Colorado dumping into Lake Mead.
Right.
So unless something drastically changes, which there is no foreseeable relief in the near future, but gotta stay positive.
For the first 30, 40 years of the development of a town, you just couldn't conceive of what was ahead. What we had, whatever was the newest thing that was happening, was so spectacular and wonderful, and oh my gosh, we've reached a new eastern edge, or western, northern edge. The odds are slim to zero that we're going to extend to yet a further horizon. It was inconceivable. So there's the thing. So what does the desert do? It exceeds our ambition.
In Vegas, nothing is permanent. It constantly eats itself, tears down, builds up, expands according to no known or easily understood plan. An organic thing, responding to the dark dreams of the American subconscious. Come frolic. Live like Caesar, or make money off those who do. Drop a few moist bills at a gas station slot. See the full spectrum of human folly and commit some follies of your own.
I took a walk through this beautiful world. Felt the cool rain on my shoulder. Found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la.
This house came to be built by Dr. Blake, who was in the East India Company service. My grandfather came to be nominated to the body called the Council of State, which used to be a part of British India.
It was another time, one that few still remember. The India before partition, when these rooms, this house, was part of the seat of power.
I had the privilege of being born in this house upstairs.
This was the Maharaja's bed. I'm in his chambers at present.
And it was the routine that we'd all parade up into my grandfather's room to wish him good morning. And then we'd all come down for breakfast.
The walls tell a story. Many stories.
There used to be a lot of animosity. There were two very divided classes in India. So there was a lot of tension between the ruled and the rulers. But that was a different time, you know. Now I think back and it's more like a fairy tale.
Day one in northern India, near the Pakistan border. This is Amritsar, the Indian Punjab's largest city. Population, about 1 million. This is a part of India I've never seen, a place I've always been curious about. Home to some pretty legendary cuisine. In Amritsar, they have a saying: the best food isn't cooked in people's homes. You find it on the streets.
Punjab, oh, you up in Punjab? Peace to my Delhi fam in Karol. And Tony, you a OG. Jiski Bibi Moti. Probably got fat off the makki di roti. Don't take tension, don't be fussy. Sit back, relax, have a cold glass of lassi.
Punjabis are known for their adventurous spirit, as brave warriors who spread throughout the world bringing great food with them.
Don't worry about no traffic. The elements move and weave around like it's magic. Piece of hot sugar on the beat, good looking. Beat sample sounds of my mom at home cooking.
In fact, much of the good stuff we refer to simply as Indian food comes from here.
Like fine at my mouth. Peace to my brother Tony Kano from No Doubt. Beat made from the Tawa and the Cooker CT. Golden Temple, Amritsar, hell of a city.
The Punjab of the early 20th century saw some of the most violent resistance to British rule. And when the British finally cashed out in 1947, they carved off a huge piece, what is now Pakistan. And it remains a potential flashpoint for conflict. But that's easy to forget when you first smell the food.
Good. There we go.
Kesar da Daba. Daba meaning side-of-the-road food stall. And there are like countless dabas to choose from in this town. But this one is legendary.
See Tony eat vegetables. And like it.
You eat around this part of the world, Punjab in particular, get used to eating a lot of vegetarian.
Chickpeas, dal.
And India is one of the few places on earth where, even for me, that's not a burden.
Ooh, what's that? Oh, I'll take that. Yeah, right here, my good man. That's good sod.
In the Punjab, meat or no meat, you're almost guaranteed a free-for-all of intense colors, flavors, and spices.
Unlike some of the joyless vegetarian restaurants, in my sad experience, the vegetables here are actually spicy, all taste different, different textures, and served with extraordinarily good bread. It's got this multi-tiered, crispy in the outside, chewy in the middle. It's a whole different experience.
If this was what vegetarianism meant in most of the places that practice it in the West, I'd be at least half as much less of a dick about the subject.
Look, hippie, if you made bread this good, I might eat at your restaurant.
Around here, one of the first things you notice that's different from the rest of India, turbans. Everywhere. The symbol of self-respect, bravery, and spirituality for Sikh men. Amritsar is the home, the spiritual center of the Sikh faith, the world's 5th largest and maybe most misunderstood religion. In the heart of Amritsar stands the majestic Golden Temple, the Sikh equivalent of the Vatican. Sikhs are fundamentally against any caste system, believers in religious tolerance, but they are just as fundamentally warlike when it comes to defending their principles and what they see as their territory.
Welcome to Golden Temple.
Thank you.
Today is a Guru Purab, one of the most auspicious days of the Sikh calendar. Pilgrims from all over the world come to worship, walk the perimeter, and bathe in the holy pool. All are welcome, of any faith or caste, to remove their shoes, wash their feet, cover their heads, and take part in a simple meal. This is the langar, a free vegetarian meal served to many thousands of visitors from every walk of life, every day of the year.
They serve 16 hours a day?
16 hours a day.
For how many years continuously?
300 years.
300 years.
Everyone doing the cooking, the serving, the washing of thousands and thousands of metal plates and utensils are volunteers. The sound is extraordinary.
We have a teaching that everyone should serve all 3 things, money, mind, and body.
Right.
Should be served to other people, free of cost. And that's what we do.
Walking me through it all today, Donwant Singh.
Now, for a religion that's so concerned with tolerance, where does the Grand Punjab military tradition come from? Because it's a very, very powerful one.
So powerful people, so hardworking people. Every Sikh you see, if he is baptized, he wears a small sword. In our Prophet, when we get baptized, he says, you must protect yourself, you must protect others, and you must protect your country. So that makes us what we are.
Morning. The smoke from countless burning fields covers Amritsar in a thick haze. The ancient art of Pelwani evolved from Indian wrestling techniques that date back to the 5th century BC.
Ready, start.
Training is rigid, as this is not just a sport, but a way of life. Wrestlers live and train together and have strict rules of diet and personal conduct. No smoking, no drinking, no contact with women.
Here we go. actually, so that I could get out of gym class. I was a dirty, dirty fighter.
It is an all too natural segue between the aggressive posturing of opposing bodies of Pelwani and this. The entire border between India and Pakistan has only one crossing. Here at Wagah. Every sunset, the border is officially closed with this bit of national theater. Wearing nearly duplicate uniforms, the Indian military and Pakistani Rangers partake in a game of theatrical contempt. Clearly, it's a popular show.
So where are we?
We are right next to Pakistan.
India and Pakistan were once one country, ripped apart in one of the hastiest, ill-considered partitions imaginable.
Beyond there, no more fence?
No more fences.
So it's once you get past there,
Yeah.
you can go straight into Pakistan if you
yes,
want.
Yeah.
So
See,
they're-
the
they're-
problem is, the thing is, India is trying to stop people from coming in. The infiltrators, drug dealers and terrorists.
Uday is working on a documentary about the India-Pakistan border.
Right.
No one wants to go into Pakistan.
No one wants to go into Pakistan.
No one wants to, in their right mind, wants to go into Pakistan.
Well, really? That's a fairly decisive statement. So they put up the fence, but the fence is on the Indian side.
Yeah, it's 150 meters from the border.
Right. So beyond that fence, still Indian farmland.
Yes.
So people who live over here can farm over there.
Can farm over there.
The Punjab is a fertile region in an otherwise very dry country. This is India's breadbasket. With over 1 billion people currently residing in India, every inch of fertile Punjabi soil has great value.
These are people who owned land over there.
Yes.
Then they put the fence.
Yes.
Suddenly your life became difficult.
Exactly. They are restricted by many things. They can only grow some kind of crops, and they can't farm more than 8 hours in a day.
How long does it take to get back and forth?
The border security force mans these gates, so they have times, when they can enter and come out.
How much farther can we go before they start to get worried?
Yeah, I think we can just go till that pole.
When India and Pakistan were separated, the attempt was to try to draw a line across religious lines.
Exactly.
Drained by the colossal task of fighting 2 world wars, in 1947, Great Britain decided to end their nearly 200-year rule over India. In an attempt to prevent what the colonials saw as an inevitable civil war between Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs, the British commissioned Sir Cyril Radcliffe, a lawyer from Wales, to draw up a new border.
He was given 2 months,
2 months to divide.
2 months to divide the...
Create a new country, basically.
So he took the map and just drew a line. People died because of the displacement. Unofficially, they say it's 2 million people. When Jains fight, the minnows get trampled upon.
In one of the largest exchanges of populations in history, many millions of people fled their homes. Almost immediately, religious violence broke out on a mass scale. This is exactly what the partition had been intended to avoid.
Do people here still have families over there?
Yeah, they do. When the line was drawn, there were villages which were split into half. There are some houses where you enter from India and you exit from Pakistan.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
This part of Punjab and that part of Punjab, they were one state. So the culture, the eating habits, everything is very similar.
Well, that's a popular metaphor for India. Pakistan is twins separated at birth.
They were never twins. I mean, it was one country. And you can say dismembered.
Right.
If you cut a body in 2, they're not going to become twins.
Right.
So it's sad, You can see them. I mean, they're doing the same work as you're doing. They dress the same. They look the same. But that you can't talk to them.
It is an ongoing struggle, an enduring cause of paranoia, visible all across the region. 2 nations with atomic arsenals who have showed, if nothing else, a terrifying willingness to use them. From the horrific 2006 train bombings to the militant attacks in Mumbai, the threat of terrorism along this border is a daily concern. Want something good? Really, really good when in Amritsar? Something local, regional, iconically wonderful? You can't say you've had the Amritsar experience until you've had a little kulcha in your life.
Kulcha. This is the iconic dish of Punjab.
Yes, that's the speciality here.
Kulcha, a perfect little flavor bomb of wheat dough pressed against the side of a very, very hot clay oven, slathered with butter, and served with a spicy choli, a chickpea curry, on the side. Did I mention the butter?
How's it? Nice?
Delicious. Everyone in Amritsar seems to be an expert on kulcha, including this lady, Navroop.
It's a chutney, and this is all radish.
Very, very, very good. Generally speaking, Punjabis are famous for being a warrior class. Taller, bigger.
Yes, we're big.
Still, maybe not fighters so much, but still eaters.
Oh, yeah. Big time, yes. The religion doesn't matter. Food is religion here.
First time in Amritsar. What are you feeling this place?
Checking off my list of things to do in the Punjab, I gotta score some animal protein. It's time. I've been going all Morrissey for like 2 days now, and frankly, that's enough. I need chicken.
Like we are in the ass end of nowhere here. Where am I?
It's known as Veera chicken. Huh? That's very famous for chicken.
When we're talking must-haves, tandoori chicken is just that.
Add some lemon in this, you will enjoy it.
Oh man, it's delicious. This type of establishment, dhaba?
Dhaba, it's called dhaba. Huh? You know, this is the most successful business here. Anybody, you open a dhaba tomorrow, it will be a success.
But if you're going to do chicken, you better be good.
Yeah, it's a good place for that. Would you like to have something else?
There's like a roti with ground mutton or ground lamb.
That's called naan. That's butter naan.
Keema naan, mutton ball, dough. And the special ingredient, magic hands. And believe me when I tell you, this shit is good. So good that people snap it up the second it comes out of the tandoor oven. Hey, that's mine.
Is it good?
It's sensational. Wow. People do love their food.
Definitely. I love eating.
The movies and television in this country is fantastic.
Thousands of films are made per year.
I don't even understand what's going on. I mean, everybody dances and sings. I don't get it.
Would you like to have something else?
But, this is good. Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, yeah. good. Thank you. No, nothing. Thank you. It's delicious. So good.
Leaving the fertile plains of the Punjab behind, I'm headed out towards the Himalayas. And getting there, at least the way I'm going, hasn't changed much in the last 100 years. All aboard.
This is gonna be suboptimal seating. Yeah, I don't think this reclines. Thank God they have relaxed attitudes towards prescription drugs. Before you enter the gateway to the Himalayas, you better self-medicate. Meanwhile, I've been like 24 hours without a bite of food. I arrive, it's like, oh, well, there's snacks on the way. Great, get a bag of peanuts.
Truth be told, I'm an angry, bitter man when I board. I'm guessing there ain't a Shoney's or a P.F. Chang on the way.
Kind of cute, little train. It's so little. It's like the Universal Tours. I want to go on the King Kong ride.
While my stomach growls, I become the kind of traveler I warn against. Gripey, self-absorbed, immune to my surroundings. But as my brightly colored little train heads up into the hills from Kalka Station, known as the gateway to the Himalayas, my worldview starts to improve. The unnaturally bright colors of India start to pleasurably saturate my brain. The views from the window of ridiculously deep valleys, 100-year-old bridges. It's, well, breathtaking. My fellow passengers, too, are irresistibly charming. The school kids in their uniforms cheer in unison every time we pass through one of the tunnels. I'd pretty much forgotten about my hunger until the whistle stop at Barog.
We'll have one of those and two of these.
This place is named for a Colonel Barog, the British engineer tasked with building the line up to Shimla.
Thank you.
The station and the adjacent tunnel bearing his name are rumored to be haunted.
It's delicious.
Already behind schedule and plagued by cost overruns, Barog screwed up. When he realized the two ends of this tunnel didn't meet in the middle, he shot himself. It's the kind of personal accountability I'd like to see more of, frankly. Or is that just me? But all my snarkiness fades as I reflect, and one can't help but reflect on what it took to dig, drag, blast, and tunnel one's way up this route back in the day. Back in the beginning, making the trip to Shimla required a somewhat uncomfortable 3-day trek up the mountain by foot, or horse, or hand-carried palanquin. The stats are impressive. A climb of around 5,000 feet, over 100 tunnels, more than 800 bridges, an engineering feat, a job that, when you consider the time, defies imagining. In the building of this railroad, many died. Many, many died.
When you look at that painting, when you stand out front in the garden and look out at the view, can you picture the way it was?
I've been to many places where it reminded me of what Simla had been when the British first came and settled there. I have a penchant for such places. It is a kind of a throb that I feel.
Fond memories of British rule? Maybe not what you'd expect to hear. But Kawa Ratinjit Singh, that's Reggie for short, his family was different. Indian royalty with palaces, the 1% of the 1%. So life for Reggie as a young boy was, relative to the millions and millions of others his age, enchanted. Shimla is from a time before partition, when nearly the entire ruling class of British India would move to hill stations in the hotter months. Shimla was once known as the queen of all hill stations. Here, the colonials created England in miniature, complete with Tudor architecture, rose gardens, afternoon tea.
My grandfather, it's very difficult to describe what did he do. Well, quite frankly, he did nothing. But he entertained hugely.
Garden parties, fancy dress balls, elephant hunts. The remnants of British rule can still be seen and felt. This is particularly true of one house, Chapsley.
My family was very fortunate that they were able to buy this house because it was a famous house.
The house was purchased by Reggie's grandfather, the last Maharaja of Kapurthala.
Those Brits really left beautiful buildings.
From a distance, it looks much the same as it must have when the Maharaja slept here.
Check out the tub.
Locked in a constant battle against time and nature. Barbed wire does little to keep Shimla's ever-encroaching monkey population at bay. Stripped of their wealth and their kingdoms, the one-time royals all across India have had to either sell their estates or, like Reggie, turn them into hotels and guest houses in order to hold on. Ring a buzzer, and a servant appears.
Man, they bring you hot water bottles at night, put them under the covers. Butlers keep popping in, build a nice fire.
A great facet of my childhood was how my grandfather entertained. His table came to be known as perhaps the most famous in northern India because he was a gourmet connoisseur of food.
Tonight, dinner at Chapsley, an elaborate Anglo-Indian menu from Reggie's childhood.
I'll put on my apron first.
My fellow guests, two of Reggie's friends, Raja Basin, a historian on the subject of Shimla, and Rakesh Varlalsud, the barrister.
There's so much history here. I mean, while I take a dim view of colonialization, it's very hard to resist the charms of a house like this.
That's quite understandable, actually. You've got 100 years of very, very intense history funneled into a very small place.
And this house used to house the Secretary of State to the crown.
What am I eating? This is eggs œufs à la Florentine. Oh, that's good. This was a small town.
A small town with a very, very big government.
Simla enjoys the unique distinction of having been the summer capital of India, and surprisingly, it was the capital of Burma during the war days.
So here you have this tiny little village up on the hill, connected to the rest of the world by a narrow mountain path, and they rule approximately a fifth of the human race for 8 months every year. In today's context, it would almost seem bizarre.
Mulligatawny soup, classic example of what we think of as Indian food in the West, but not at all. This was originally a soup made by Indian chefs to accommodate British tastes, is that correct?
It was something what you would call halfway between a regular dal, a lentil, which you would eat, and a broth. The glassy chops.
Mutton glassy chops.
Basically meat cooked in its own fat.
And it would have a lot of curry on it. It's a misnomer. This meat is not actually mutton. It is chevron.
Here, back before the rail line, it would be a difficult trip.
Yes.
But once they were up and running, I mean, there were many servants to look after your every need. You had a fireplace, a hearth in every room.
And people on the regular payrolls whose only job was to shoo monkeys off the grounds.
Wow.
You would be carried around in palanquins, little box in which you sat in a curtained box.
This man would go stamping his staff in the ground and the bells would jingle and the common folk would give way. And normally they were not even supposed to look in the direction.
Mm-hmm.
It was bad manners.
Right.
It wasn't easy for the people who built the town. It was India that paid the bill for all this grandeur, for all this pomp, for all this show.
They did it at our expense and with our money.
At the end of the meal, there's coffee, brandy, and cigars in the sitting room, as one does, or once did.
I hope you enjoyed the dinner too.
Oh, very much. It was delicious. Really wonderful. A lot of history in this house.
And one can be forgiven for maybe briefly forgetting what it took to build this lost kingdom. And how much the world has changed around it. The Monkey Temple looks down on Shimla, overrun by its namesakes. Twisting up further into the Himalayas, I find myself at a place known as the Land of the Gods. Nearly every village credited with having its own deity. Getting there, you might well have an opportunity to meet one of those deities. As you tear around narrow, guardrail-free mountain roads, overlooking terrifying drop-offs.
Like, I could do heights, like, you know, I've done the jumping out of planes thing a number of times. But I feel it, you know, like looking over a precipice like that one, I feel it in my knees. Ooh. You know, like if my knees could vomit with terror, they would be. They'd be vomiting with terror right now. They should have little underwear stops on this road, you know, where you could like get a fresh pair. Every couple of miles, it's like, ooh, that was scary.
Overloaded buses, water trucks with worn brake pads, aggressive truck drivers can come wailing around the corner at any time. And they do, about every 2 minutes. Squeeze your cheeks tight and close your eyes.
Oh, the enchantment of India.
The remote locations of these isolated mountain villages has kept old traditions alive. Village fairs serve as an opportunity for families who live very far apart to get together, play games, eat, and partake in religious rites honoring local deities.
Quite a ride getting here.
Yeah. How do you enjoy that road?
White knuckles.
Meet Hashim. He runs motorcycle tours through these parts.
The Himalayas, it's the holy grail of motorcycling. You're traveling almost 1,500 kilometers on a trip. It's so unbelievably beautiful and diverse.
So we got here vegetable curry?
Yogurt-based curry, quite typical in these parts.
Vegetables again? Surprisingly, not a problem.
That's good.
Yeah.
This is one of the few places in the world that I could eat vegetarian every day.
Yeah.
And still be happy. Most of the people in this community, farmers, farming, agricultural.
Yeah.
What are they growing?
They do a lot of corn, potatoes, peas.
And weed. People growing marijuana here.
Yes, loads of it.
Loads of it. As an export product or for personal use? For
everything. Mix of everything. So you think you want to go check out the fair a little bit?
Yeah, let's take a walk through town.
Yeah,
See what's going on.
Predominantly an occasion for all these mountain villages to come together and, you know, socialize because, I mean, people are busy in their farms. They're not going to come and walk down and socialize with people. But this, you know, because it's autumn, everyone is done with all the agriculture.
Right.
Now they're just bedding down for winter. There's a lot of romance in the air.
I've been to Mumbai, Kolkata, Sundarbans, Rajasthan, Kerala. This is a part of India. It's different than any other part. Look, it's fascinating and beautiful. Oh yeah, sweet. Wow, things moving.
Voila. End of the road.
This is the story of one man, one chef, and a city. Also, it's about France and a lot of other chefs, and a culinary tradition that grew up to change the world of gastronomy. It's about a family tree, about the trunk from which many branches grew. And it's about food, lots of food, great food, some of the greatest food on earth.
I took a walk through this beautiful world. Felt the cool rain on my shoulder. Found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la.
What is it exactly about this place? Over the past century, the system here, the tradition, whatever it is that took hold here, churned out a tremendous number of the world's most important chefs. Point, Chapelle, Trois Gros, Bocuse, and as importantly, influenced nearly all the rest of them.
Why Lyon? Why is this such a gastronomic capital, though? I mean, why Bocuse here? Why Trois Gros here? Why all of these great chefs?
Because Lyon it's really positioned between the north and the south.
Right.
You are locked in between Burgundy and Rhone.
Lyon, it's the second largest city in France, situated in the southeast of the country, midway between the Alps in the east and the Mediterranean to the south.
This was also a bottleneck when cars became the mode of transportation.
It goes right to the heart of the idea of the Michelin, driving the destination on the way to the...
Completely.
Out of that system came chefs like this guy, Daniel Boulou. Like Prince or Madonna, he needs really only one name. In New York or anywhere in the chef world, Daniel. The name of his three-star eponymous restaurant in Manhattan. One of many in an empire that stretches from London to Singapore. He came from here, a farm outside the city of Lyon, through the city's great kitchens to Le Cirque in New York, then his flagship.
So when did you start working with food?
14 years old, 1969. I started as an apprentice in Lyon.
He started as so many French cooks of his time did, at the very bottom, as a 14-year-old apprentice in the restaurant Nandron.
What was your first job in the kitchen?
They used to call me the beaver because I was just washing every single day. You know, they make you clean the vegetable, they make you carry all the boxes from the market.
14, you can't do that anymore, can you?
I don't think you can make him work 12 hours a day.
Right.
And pay him maybe $1 a month, you know what I mean? That's,
the good old days.
Yeah, well.
Why Lyon? Why here? Look at the fundamentals, the things the Lyonnais think of as birthrights. The right, for instance, to eat delicious cured pork in unimaginably delicious forms.
The art of charcuterie, Lyonnais can't live without it.
Look at this.
Terrine, pâté, sausages, rillettes. It's an art that's revered here and widely enjoyed.
Monsieur Renaud.
Bonjour.
Merci.
Avec grand plaisir.
Tony.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Tony, voilà.
Tony.
And few names garner more respect from aficionados of pig than Renaud.
Alors, on a le saucisson à cuire, là, en ce moment.
20 tons of saucisson just inside this room. The holiday are coming, and they're going mad with the production of saucisson.
Right.
In a relentlessly cold room, pork shoulder, belly, and fatback are fed in batches through a vertical chopper. A sprinkling of seasoning and spices. Removed in large balls of finely but not too finely chopped meat. You do not want to get your hand caught in one of these things. Then mixed to a smooth perfection with the dough hook.
A lot of work.
Spread out and layered for consistent seasoning, formed into shapes, and smacked to remove air bubbles.
Make sure the meat gets really tight.
Into the sausage machine and piped into organic casings. Trust me, it ain't easy.
No, Tony. Very light touch.
Let's see there, wise guy. Come on, let's see this. That's how you get pregnant.
It's all in the knee.
Yeah.
Just release at the end.
It's a serious workplace, but with production nearly done, this being France and all, it's time for a snack and some wine.
Doing what I'm good at, eating.
This is the saucisson à cuire.
This is so good.
That's sabaudet. Le vrai sabaudet, c'est ça.
Sabaudet, another of Lyon's most famous sausages, is made primarily from pig's head, with pork belly, pork shoulder, brandy, nutmeg, and allspice mixed in for flavor.
This always cooked, served hot?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's good.
That's what we're gonna eat with my father.
Oh, yeah?
I'm gonna get some here of the skin.
Saucisson de Lyon, le vrai saucisson de Lyon. Voilà, peut-être un peu trop.
He knows he does really good work. He knows how good his stuff is, you know? Cheers. Ah, nice. It's a beautiful day in Lyon.
Yeah.
In Lyon, a city that believes absolutely in the power of food, one name is everywhere. A name that brought honor, attention, and millions of visitors to the city. Though there have been many chef heroes in the annals of gastronomy, in Lyon and even across France, one name stands above all others. Murals, bridges, markets, casual brasserie, the name of Monsieur Paul is everywhere. But one of his most enduring institutions is this, l'Institut Bocuse, one of the nation's great culinary schools. Now, just to give you an idea of the standards here, the kind of traditional dishes, baseline, old school fundamentals you're expected to master before you move on to becoming a creative genius all your own, meet these guys. Mathieu Vianney, Joseph Viola, and the Institute's top dog, Alain Le Cossec, chefs and MOFs all, otherwise known as muffs.
Pretty much pay your flight home, private.
Master chefs.
Every 4 years, they have this MOF competition.
MOF is...
Meilleur ouvrier de France.
The master craftsman of France.
There's about 30 disciplines of craftsmen where you can acquire the MOF.
See that red, white, and blue around their necks? That means they made it through the brutally, unreasonably rigorous competition that pits hundreds of top chefs against each other, where only a handful survive.
So it's basically 4 or 5 every 4 years.
Certified by the highest in the land as being at the very top of their professions. Muff challenges often include ultra old school classics not unlike the one we're making today. Poularde en vessie. Thick slices of black truffle are slipped under the skin of a chicken from Bresse, the Rolls-Royce of chickens. It's then tied, slipped inside a pig's bladder, and steamed in court bouillon until tender.
The idea is to concentrate the flavor of the truffle inside the bladder. The dish they choose, it's always in reference to a chef of the past. And this was a dish La Mère Brasier was doing.
The at times brutal world of the Michelin star kitchen looks much of the time like a boys' club. But where did they come from? If we track back a bit to where it all began for Lyon and for many of the chefs whose names we now know and look up to, it all goes back to here. La Mère Brasier, the godmother, the original master, teacher, chef, force. 2 restaurants with 3 Michelin stars, an achievement no one, male or female, had ever attained, and for many years, Lyon's most famous chef. Her influence runs right through every kitchen that's come since, and her graduates carry on her recipes and her traditions. This was one of hers, a signature.
For the next hour, you keep putting hot bouillon like this. The most miserable thing is when the bladder explodes.
It's never a good thing when a bladder explodes.
As the chicken cooks, the bladder starts to really expand. You have to talk to your bladder.
I do all the time, believe me. Please hold up, please hold up. You're not here. People are looking. Wait till you get in between cars.
A rather luxurious sauce of more, much more black truffle and generous amounts of foie gras and triple cream. Perfect.
Nice milkshake.
Slightly pink around the legs, but cooked through, the flesh perfumed by the generous slices of truffle.
Who gets to eat like this? We do.
How is it, Tony?
It is divine.
You see the perfect balance in the sauce. If I was a chicken, that's the way I would like to end up.
Even if I weren't a chicken, I'd want to go like this. Die surrounded by truffles and foie gras and fine wine. Bonté et merci.
The roaring of a powerful engine, the screech of rubber, and off we go, kings of the road in our Citroën 2 Chevaux. 2 horsepower classic.
No power steering, huh?
No kidding.
It's like a toy car.
We're going back in time a bit, to the area where Danielle grew up, where life was very different from New York.
Were you the misfit of the family? Rebellious or...
I was quite rebellious. My parents were talking to me about the idea of taking over the farm. As the oldest son, that would have been the logical thing.
Right,
and
but the farmer's life was not for you.
No.
He grew up in a true farm family. You milked the cows, tended the animals. Danielle claims he never even saw processed food until he was a teenager.
Oh.
Elle est à la poubelle, la voiture. J'en ai des garbage,
A brief respite by the side of the road, and some passers-by are apparently less appreciative of fine automobiles than we are. A short consultation with an automotive professional, and we're back on the road. Back, in this case, to school. This was Danielle's old elementary school in the nearby town of Saint-Pierre-de-Chandieu. I'm automatically taken back to memories of my own school days. The smell of caustic pine cleaner, chalkboards, and fear. The cruel ministrations of tiny-eyed lunch ladies slopping can loads of prison chow into steam tables. Chipped beef, tuna noodle surprise, and powdered mashed potatoes that haunt my sense memories still.
Pumpkin soup today with onion, nutmeg, and chicken stock, but basic good pumpkin soup.
This is Marie, head chef, cook, host, and server for 320 hungry and very discriminating French school children ages 3 to 12. On the menu prix fixe today, a pumpkin soup, a fresh blanquette de poisson with white wine, vanilla, and shallot, served with homemade couscous, and a sauce supreme.
This is a very sophisticated meal for children.
That's a nice meal.
I was a little shit in school, frankly. And like a lot of the other students, we were like, I want pizza, pizza, pizza. Are the children here open to variety?
Oui, beaucoup. Enfin, ils aiment bien, ils mangent très bien.
You want to make sure that they always get a little challenged by how the food looks, then the smell, and also the taste after. I think she has a very strict budget.
In the USA, greatest country in the world, no doubt, we spend an average of $2.75 per student for public school lunch. Compare and contrast.
€1.05 maximum.
$1.50.
Did you eat this well when you were here?
Absolutely.
Je m'appelle Tony. Bonjour. Bonjour.
Bonjour, Daniel. Ça va?
The kids attack their food like hungry trenchermen, wiping out 3 servings in the time it takes me to eat 1. I guess they like it.
It's good.
Delicious.
Well, yeah, this is good.
I tell you, I don't think my chef in New York we do better.
I love they cook with wine, too. You're going to jail for that in the States.
Exactly, I'm making the sauce.
Crap, these kids eat fast. But look how fast this kid eats. Turn your head, they'll eat your soup right out of your plate. My school lunchroom, you pushed up your tray, just like in prison. Stop, move it along. Stop, move it along.
They come to you and serve you. Most important thing, and that we see here, is the love Mary give to the food she make and to the kids she serves. I think it has a lot to do with the reaction they have to food.
Dessert is homemade fromage blanc, farmer cheese, with chocolate and orange segments.
What do you want to be when you grow up? Yeah, veterinarian. Fireman. Et toi, tu veux quoi? Engineering, machine gun.
He wants to make machine guns?
Engineer in machine gun, yeah.
Okay, keep an eye on that one, all right?
For a dope fiend, feeding the monkey means finding and sticking with heroin. For one poor guy, it's this: French food, in particular, Lyonnais food. The cautionary tale of Bill Buford. Writer, editor, literary lion with a perfectly good job as fiction editor at the prestigious New Yorker magazine. At the undignified age of 53, he pretty much pulled up stakes, put his whole past life on hold, and defected to France to learn how to cook.
What happened to you anyway, Buford? You used to have a good job. You hang out a couple of nights with Batali, and then next thing you know, you're living in France.
It's true.
And cooking.
I discovered a whole world that the rest of the world didn't seem to know about. Just a very compressed, intense, lifelong learned expertise and knowledge of food. It's not the Food Network, and it's not glossy magazines, and it's not something you get from reading a recipe book. It's something you get by just going deep. And I was afraid of France because I knew if I took on the subject of French food, I'd have to go really deep. So we went, and we thought we'd stay for 6 months, and we stayed for 5 years.
We meet at Bouchon Comptoir à Belle. A bouchon is a uniquely Lyonnais institution, a casual, laid-back kind of a pub/bistro with a limited, usually old-school menu and always an unpretentious vibe. People come here to unwind, to relax, and to eat with abandon.
So you say outright recently in one of your published works that Lyon is better than Paris.
Lyon is a dark, tragic, beautiful, well-eating city, and everybody here knows that they have a really good life, and they don't give a flying fig if anybody else knows about it, because they don't actually want visitors.
If you were to pick one iconic dish to represent the Bouchon Lyonnais, it would have to be the quenelle brochet, a not particularly fabulous river fish, pike, folded into a light dough like pâte choux until fluffy and airy but still rich, adrift in a rich, creamy, almost bisque-like Nantua sauce made with crayfish, creme fraiche, white wine, and a splash of brandy.
Pretty amazing for really one of the world's less wonderful fish.
It's kind of a nice mix of France and Italy.
Cheers.
Cheers, gentlemen.
Good to see you.
What a treat to meet together in Lyon.
If you're really going to understand a place, love it the way it deserves to be loved, maybe you have to live there. Bill Buford did just that and made Lyon his home. Today he's taking me somewhere only someone from the home team could be expected to know about.
It's a beautiful day, the sky is blue, we're feeling the seasons changing, and we're about to go into a dark room, and you eat a very Lyonnaise menu, and you drink a vast quantity of Lyonnaise wine.
And what sinister bodies will be in there?
The only kind of people who would do this kind of thing on a bright, pretty day. It's a very male tradition. You work hard, you drink harder.
Don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid.
The mysterious, fabulous, goofy, wonderful bro-fests called Franc Machon. These are basically eating and drinking societies that go back over a century, when the silk workers of Lyon would finish their night shifts early in the morning. Hungry and looking to get, shall we say, completely hammered, they'd take over a bouchon, stuff their faces like heroes, blow off the proverbial steam in decidedly French fashion. Which is to say, no freaking Italian nachos or mozzarella sticks for these boys. Hell no.
How often do you do this?
8 times a year.
It's a very Leonese thing. Societies, some secret. All of them sort of like special memberships. There must be like 50 of these things that I know about. Remember if you're invited to be a member and remain a member for the rest of your life.
The food is invariably deliciously dinosauric, and heavy yet always glorious classics like blanquette de veau, the slow, slowly stewed neck and shoulder pieces of veal with mushrooms served over rice. Hunks of bread and wine, local Beaujolais of course, and lots of it.
Santé.
Santé. Santé.
Santé.
No woman, that's all. No politics, no religion. And it works. For 50 years. Yes.
Do women have mashal, their own organizations?
Yes.
There are. So somewhere on the other side of town, there were a lot of women sitting around drinking wine, eating blanquette, and bitching about the men. Uh-oh.
And then there will be, yes, singing, and no doubt the telling of lusty jokes, followed by serious official business.
Buffet. Il n'avait ni riche buffet, ni verre de Venise. Il buvait comme les trous, mon bleu, bien autrement que nous.
Alongside, and some say above the names of the other culinary giants in and around Lyon, is the name Trois Gros. Started by the visionary brothers Jean and Pierre, Maison Trois Gros received 3 Michelin stars in 1968 and sparked a dynasty of culinary excellence that continues today with Pierre's son Michel and his son César.
My dream was always to put Maison Trois Gros on my resume. It's my first day chez Trois Gros.
Anthony, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Comment allez-vous?
Très bien.
Many have called Maison Trois Gros the best restaurant in the world, and in the 60s, the brothers Pierre and Jean were early, important, and fundamental innovators of what came to be known as Nouvelle Cuisine. Behold one of their breakout classics, one of the truly game-changing, timeless, most influential dishes in history. It seems now maybe a simple thing, but it absolutely turned the world upside down when it debuted on the Trois Gros menu in 1962.
I mean, when you have a dish this legendary, this iconic, there's no escaping. The Rolling Stones will always have to play Jumping Jack Flash. If you Google Trois Gros, you'll see this name.
So forget everything you have on Google. Watch it now. Okay.
Before this, fish was generally overcooked. It was served alongside elaborate garnishes, starches, vegetables. This simple, elegant, almost Japanese ode to flavor changed the way we cook fish in restaurants today, and how we make sauces, what our plates look like.
I remember seeing a picture of this as a young man. I'm getting goosebumps seeing this. Thrilling. Perfect.
Beautiful.
It's all about the timing. The moment you put the fish on the pan, the moment you put the soy on the sauce, it's very important.
Okay. Wow. Go. All right.
Then, from now to you in the dining room, it will take about 1 minute.
Right.
So, 1 minute is the time to have it perfect.
Because it's cooking all the way.
Look at the cuisson.
Oh, perfect. It's a perfect dish.
Sinful and delicious.
It's really one of the great ideas of the 20th century.
Sensual.
Sexy.
Beyond, one can't help but see a line from there, from the rustic dishes of the farm in the Bouchon, to here, the classics of the great tables of Europe. All roads lead here. A major trunk of the tree that goes back to Carême and beyond. Monsieur Paul Bocuse. The Brigade, the way it is done and has always been done since Escoffier instituted a military-style hierarchy into the kitchen, where the only acceptable response to any question or any command is "Oui, chef." This is the Special Forces, the SAS of cooking. And these cooks live to avoid, under any circumstances, disappointing their comrades, the hierarchy, or Monsieur Paul. Danielle worked here, and so have many, many who have gone on to run their own celebrated kitchens.
Hello, comment ça va? Vous allez bien?
In the 70s, as a young wannabe cook, I managed to lay hands on a French copy of Paul Bocuse's classic cookbook, La Cuisine de Marché. And I gaped with wonder at the photos, struggled to translate the descriptions of dishes so fantastic I was quite sure I'd never, ever in my life cook, much less eat.
Paul.
If you could please say how honored and grateful I am to be here. This is a dream come true.
Paul, tu sais qu'il est très honoré.
Avec plaisir.
Over the years, how many great chefs have come through this restaurant and gone on to open great restaurants?
Beaucoup.
Oui.
C'est pas, mais pas mal. Ce qui est formidable, il y en a un peu dans le monde entier. Je dis quand je voyage, j'en trouve toujours un.
You always have a child somewhere around the world because everywhere he goes around the world.
But Bocuse, too, is and was a part of the system. He came up with his own cruel and terrifying masters, and their faces are here.
L'histoire pour Paul, ses inspirations.
Fernand Point, the towering and intimidating figure behind La Pyramide. Out of his kitchens came such figures as Alain Chapelle, Michel Guérard, François Bise, Roger Verger, Georges Perrier, the brothers Trois Gros, and many more.
This was all the gang of the Nouvelle Cuisine up there. The 60s in New York. And Paul and Michel Guérard.
Every great chef I've ever met has nightmares. They're still a young man. They're back in a kitchen, and a chef is yelling at them. Who of his masters?
Peut-être la mère Brasier.
La mère Brasier, the woman. Really?
Oui.
La Mère Brasier. In the year 1946, at the ripe old age of 20, Monsieur Paul worked as an apprentice for Brasier.
She was such a screamer. He said, "You will fall on your ass." She was screaming so hard.
Première levée.
She was the first up in the morning.
Et dernière couchée.
And the last one to go to bed. She will go to the market with 3 cooks in the back of the truck, and she will put a case of green beans or something, and the cook will be sitting down, making the beans not to waste time for the rest of the mise en place.
Truly a terrifying figure.
Truffle soup, Élysée. I can't tell you how many hours I stared at photos of this dish, how pathetically I tried to replicate it. Never, ever did I think I'd get to try it, much less like this. Loup en croûte feuilletée avec sauce choron. Sea bass with a tomato béarnaise sauce baked in a meticulously crafted millefeuille crust.
This is a great moment.
Ils ont que 3 caméras.
Yeah, you only have 3 cameras? Or...
The fish is filled with a delicate lobster mousse, chervil, and tarragon, then wrapped carefully in pastry. Notice, please, the careful and expert tableside carving and service.
Nous, ça fait 50 ans qu'on fait les mêmes plats.
He has been making the same thing for 50 years. Paul has an amazing respect for classic.
A pot au feu, the peasant classic.
Tony, get closer.
You were totally sending me every one of those pictures,
Yeah.
by the way. Wow, look at that. This style of dish goes back long before cameras. But
It's perfect. Is there a more perfect assortment of colors and textures?
In this one, a somewhat more luxurious version. Beef shanks, flank steak, oxtail, veal shanks, chicken, marrow bones, beef ribs, leeks, carrots, turnips, fennel, and parsnips, all stewed long and at low temperature, then served with its own deeply rich broth.
I think it's enough for the two of us.
And then this.
Oh my God.
Messieurs, le lièvre à la royale.
As if the chef had been listening to my deepest, darkest secret yearnings. The legendary lièvre à la royale, an almost completely disappeared, incredibly difficult preparation of wild hare. The animal is first slowly cooked, then coated by a sauce of its own minced heart, liver, and lungs that has been thickened with its own blood. After more than 6 hours of preparation, the hare is served as the chef prefers, whole, on the bone. The rich, glorious sauce finished with truffles and chartreuse, napped over and over until it coats like richest chocolate. Absolutely the lost ark of the covenant of cuisine ancienne.
Everything great about cooking is encapsulated in this dish.
We will continue all over the world to make cuisine of Paul, many generations to come.
Forever. I will never eat like this again in my life. Chef, merci.
J'étais très heureux de vous recevoir.
The meal of my life.
Today, I was treated to the greatest hits of a glorious and fabled career. For the first and probably the last time, I sat next to the great man himself, and Danielle and I were served a menu that chefs will look back on in 100 years and smile at appreciatively, sentimentally, respectfully. So, me and Danielle were going hunting, and over lunch we'd mentioned that fact to Paul Bocuse, who immediately insisted that if we wanted to go duck hunting, we should come by his crib. And so we find ourselves in the morning mist of Les Dômes, a rural area about a half hour outside Lyon. And sure enough, in spite of his 88 years and the fact that he's been less than well, 9 a.m. on the nose, there he is, sitting on top of his beloved John Deere with his faithful dog Festin ready to go.
Nice, fresh morning.
Yeah, I was just thinking, the smell is beautiful. That dog is happy.
The great chef loves this place, and you can see why. Monsieur Paul can't safely hunt, but he's happy to charge around flushing birds for us.
Beautiful. Yeah, it is beautiful. I could do this all day. That was about as good as we're gonna get, too.
You got bulletproof or wild boar?
If you look long enough, you start hallucinating. You start hallucinating ducks where there aren't any.
You see that one falling?
Okay, not a moment to waste. Quickly, a second shot.
Okay.
You got it?
Yeah.
Allez.
Right there.
Là-bas, sous le pont. Festin. Oh, Festin, là, là.
Between me and Danielle and Festin the dog, we managed to actually bag a few ducks.
Good job. Done là, yalla, Festin. Very good.
What easy shot.
Then it's back to the lodge, clearly Bocuse's happy place, where we meet up with some hunting buddies of the great chef.
You did a good job, no? Qu'est-ce que t'en penses, Tony?
Success.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Is this the hunting lodge, the weekend getaway, hang out with the guys?
That's why you come every day, almost. Hein? Tu viens pratiquement ici tous les jours.
Un peu moins maintenant, mais autrement tout le temps.
Yeah, a little bit less.
On piège beaucoup.
Look at the picture behind. You see?
For tonight's meal, we pluck and roast some woodcocks over an open fire. Cook up some well-aged duck and pheasant.
They made this at the Auberge Paul Bocuse. It's a Swiss star mashed potato here.
Is it predominantly butter or predominantly potato? You have a head in there somewhere?
Yes, of course. Yeah, no.
That's perfect happiness right there. My father used to say, I am a man of simple needs. And I noticed that the chef is a nice fire, some birds.
We can spend the whole week with Paul, and we'll be hunting, we'll be cooking, we'll be eating, drinking, and talking, and that's beautiful. Ah ouais, en plus.
Life is good.
It is for me a dream to spend this time with a legend. But I'm thrilled that Bocuse too seems genuinely delighted.
Le rougeau. The duck you shot was a rougeau. You see, is the one behind you on the top Yeah.
In Lyon, all across France, he's Monsieur Paul. He's the great chef, a public figure, a hero, an institution, always treated with the greatest deference. Here it appears he's free to enjoy the simple things with friends and local farmers who talk to him like anybody else. It's a pretty damn magical thing to see.
La lumière bleue des magasins.
Daniel may be a 3-star Michelin chef, but like so many of his predecessors, he's basically a farm boy at heart. He grew up milking cows and doing farm work here on his family's spread. There is, it turns out, something of a restaurant tradition to build on. The house on his farm was once a small cafe as well, operated first by his grandparents and great-grandparents. The famous Café Boulou, it turns out, was not the first place to bear that name.
They kept it about 80 years or 100 years, and then they closed it.
Voilà. 5 minutes, et parfait. No.
Meeting Daniel's dad, one begins to understand the roots of his perfectionism.
Bien calculé, hein?
Très bien calculé.
His mom, dad, wife Catherine, and Danielle collaborate.
Attends. Oui.
With some debate.
Yeah, mais un petit peu au milieu encore.
On a super old-school farmhouse classic. The sort of thing that good times, bad times, a family could make with stuff that's always readily available on the farm. Check this out. It's a hollowed-out pumpkin layered with toasted hunks of stale country bread, which Monsieur Boulou Sr. bakes himself. Nutmeg, grated Gruyere cheese, mushrooms, fresh cream from the cows, and the meat of the pumpkin.
And a layer of bacon also. Homemade pancetta. Very good. Oh man, it's heavy.
Ça, repasser. Oui, voilà. Attention, pas de salir.
We made it.
Is he concerned that the pumpkin's going to try to get out?
Daniel's dad could be something of a Gallic MacGyver. You don't waste stuff around here, and he's a bit of an inventor anyway.
How much would you pay for a machine like this?
Look at this. An old washing machine turned still.
What the hell is that? Regarde, une fois que c'est commencé, ça va.
So underneath we have the grap, but to seal it so there is no air coming in, there's cement on top. It's not distilled yet, it's just fermented.
Leftover grape solids from the winemaking process, usually used to make liquor like grappa. Today, a different use. If we can get it out of here.
Think like, why did you put so much cement on it?
L'odeur.
This is funky. Super.
We'll be using this delightfully funky stuff to flavor the steam that cooks the vegetables and the sabadé sausages from Monsieur Renan inside the still.
we come back in an hour.
At dusk, we settle for dinner.
Oh, look at that.
Here is the pumpkin.
Incredible. Look at that. Wow.
The pumpkin is amazing. We also have that great sabodé sausage from Monsieur Renaud.
Oh, look at that. Whoa.
Cabbage and potatoes, all steamed in the still.
The flavor you get from the fermented grape, awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome, huh?
But good. So good.
And if you know Daniel at all, he can't really help himself. He's popping up and down, serving everybody, making sure everything's just right. And sitting here with his family in the house he grew up in, you can see where it all comes from.
Madame and Monsieur, their son, he's now gigantic international success. When he was a young man at 14 sneezing in the field, did they ever anticipate this?
Du tout.
No? No early indications of greatness? But I mean, there is a line, isn't there, from the farm and haute cuisine. They all reflect the region, hopefully.
Yeah.
But in the best case, they're interdependent. They come from each other. In fact, who cooks in the great restaurants? Well, farm boys, basically.
Yeah.
That's who always cooked. My deepest thanks to your mother and your father. Thank you.
Merci. Next time, my father make you drive the tractor.
Mexico is a country where every day people fight to live. All too often, they lose that battle. A magnificent, heartbreakingly beautiful country with music and food and a uniquely Mexican, darkly funny, deeply felt worldview. Right down there, cuddled up beneath us, our brother from another mother.
I took a walk through this beautiful world, felt the cool rain on my shoulder, found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la.
Holy Mother of Santa Muerte, please protect my stash of cocaine. Let it not be interfered with by the cops or the competition. Let any who would mess with me be killed. My enemies destroyed. Please forgive us our sins, for they are many.
So, is business good? I mean, are there more murders, particularly narco murders?
Va en ascenso, va en aumento. La gente opta o por poner un comercio o por vender droga, porque la droga te reditúa dinero muy rápido, ¿no? Entonces, va a haber y va a ir incrementando, ¿no?, la cantidad de muertes relacionadas con esto.
Every day, Mexico wakes up to count the dead. They are, after all, left out to be seen. Often with a helpful note, identifying who done what, and generally speaking, why. There is a language to the never-ending violence, a coded message in the twists and marks of the bodies. And Valente Rosas is one of the many documenting them for the press. This is what he does every night. rides around waiting for a phone call or a radio message telling him that there's another one.
So, who's buying drugs? Who's selling drugs to who?
Antes se importaba gran cantidad se llevaba gran cantidad de droga a Estados Unidos, pero ya hay tanto consumo nacional que ya también una parte importante de esa droga se queda en México. Pero bueno, a diferencia de Estados Unidos, todavía estamos bien, por llamarle así, ¿no? Ya ves que en Estados Unidos, puta, hay cada loco que se agarra a matar gente y cosas así, está grueso, ¿no?
Here you kill each other for a reason. It's business?
Sí.
More Mexican civilians have been killed since 2006 than all the American military lost in 10 years of the Vietnam War and 8 years of wars in Iraq.
So what do you do if you're one of these cops? You're driving around one night, you see some guy outside of a bar beating somebody or disturbing the peace. You start to arrest him, and he's got a diamond-studded pistol, it's got his name on it. Now you realize you just arrested somebody with serious, powerful connections. What do you do?
Pues lo dejan libre, ¿no?
You let him go?
Sí.
Why do they always pull their pants down?
Es como el bajarle el pantalón a una
Our local fixer, Alex, is here to translate.
In this case, he thinks that they pull the pants down, so check for weapons.
They're loading him into the sheet.
This is the CSI team. So when they were pulling his pants off, money and jewelry started falling from the pockets. Basically, they took the money out of his pockets, and that was the only available spot.
To show that they didn't take anything.
Yeah, exactly. So this is also a drug dealer. The thing here in Mexico is as soon as someone is killed, normally they get candles just right next to it. Sometimes Santa Muerte is related to drug dealings and criminals.
How long have you been doing this?
Como
About 9 years.
How many bodies do you think?
No lo sé.
Hundreds?
Sí, quizá.
How do you push them out of your mind when you're not working?
Lo hace uno como un trabajo. Simplemente
A lot of people ask him about this, but he said like it's a job, not like any other kind of job. But as soon as he gets home, he just take this cover off and just keep living.
Well, that's a terrible picture. Just that's sad. What happened here?
Esta elefanta pertenecía
There was
al
an
circo.
elephant called Hilda.
Se escapó.
She ran away from a circus, so she basically was crossing the highway and a big bus just ran over it.
The world we live in now, of all of these pictures, this is the one that would get people most upset. You'd get the most mail, the most, oh my God, you know, what kind of a world do we live in?
Pero esta foto.
This was probably the most viewed picture from different media around the world.
80,000 Mexicans have died in the last, 7 years in narco violence?
And this is the most important picture.
As our crew gets ready to crawl back to our hotel, Valente gets the call we thought we'd been waiting for. One dead male, shot in head. A note pinned to his chest.
No tiene mucha señal esta madre.
In Mexico, people fight to live every day. One man stands alone, facing another man. His intent? To beat his opponent with his fists until he can resist no more. A match, yes, but more accurately, a fight. Jorge La Sierva is a former bantamweight title holder. With his father, Jorge Sr., and his son Alexis, he trains aspiring fighters in this gym in the Santa Anita neighborhood of Mexico City. He knows that these young men, like generations of boxers everywhere from other neighborhoods like this, are looking for a way out.
In Mexico City, boxing is kind of like save your life. You know what I mean? Boxing, they give you like a little discipline.
Let's say you're good, but you're not that good. Can you make a living just being a contender?
No, but a lot of fighters, they try to make it. Tons of boxers, they want to be a champion.
So everybody wants to be a champion.
Everybody wants to get for the big shot, but you know, it's just one.
Those are bad odds. The history of boxing is not kind. I mean, most managers and promoters, they don't really give a shit about the fighters.
They don't.
They use them up, but at the end they leave a guy all broken down, no money, and scrambles brains.
We just like a prostitutes. You know what I mean?
In this area, what are your options if you drop out of high school?
Nothing. It's just like being on the street, snatching, you know, robbing, and a lot of kids in the hood, they're gonna say, hey, let's go kidnap that guy.
Big industry.
Everybody here now wants to be a soccer player or a boxer because they make money here.
Who's got a longer career, a narco or a boxer?
I don't know. Might be 50-50. I mean, narco, you can last longer.
You can.
You know, you're protected by the police. You just paid off. Nobody's gonna touch you.
Expensive protein shakes and dietary supplements? Not so much. Boxers here eat what they can afford.
The food here is good and it's cheap. You know, in Mexico, there's no middle class here.
You're either poor or you're really, really rich.
I mean, it's a crazy thing. The minimum wage here is like 50, 60 pesos, which is like a $5. Not an hour, a day.
But on the other hand, that's why Mexican fighters are so exciting. They're hungry.
Exactly. We're hungry.
México 72, en vivo.
Tepito is a city within a city. Its own thing. Either the dark center or the beating heart of Mexico City, depending on your point of view. It's the home of Santa Muerte, the skeletal Saint Death. This is where they come. The impoverished, the oppressed, the marginalized, the criminal. People for whom the traditional church has less relevancy. For the unforgiven and the unforgivable. For those on whom the Catholic saints have turned their backs, there is Santa Muerte. This is a place, and Santa Muerte is a saint that accepts everybody. Death to my enemies written on a votive candle. Let's face it, we've all prayed for that at one point or another. Tepito is a poor neighborhood for sure, and a tough one. A center of commerce, both above board and not.
¡Esos que están filmando!
But perhaps a breakfast beverage first. A michelada. One giant beer with lemon, chili powder, salt, and Maggi sauce. It's a sizable morning beverage. My companion, blogger, and chronicler of the city, Jorge Pedro. Wow, a whole season of The Walking Dead for 25 cents. You want to buy something? Tepito's got it. Looking for some cheap underwear? Pirated copies of Man vs. Food seasons 1 through 5? This is where you find them. So this all seems very wholesome. I mean, you know, where could I buy a gun, some heroin, and a prostitute? I was looking forward to that.
Let's say that Tepito has many layers.
Right.
And we are in the surface.
Okay.
We are among movies, clothing, families. But I don't think it's as easy as to be Candice to ask, where can I get a gun? Probably they will kill you if you ask that. You know San Juditas? San Juditas, no?
Patron saint of
hopeless cases.
Ah, lost causes.
It's become very popular in the last years.
A lot of good smells here, man. Yeah, a lot of good-looking food. My happy place is somewhere in here. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, we already hear migas.
Beautiful.
La güera.
Wherever there's bones and guts simmering in broth, chances are I'll be happy. Writer, sociologist, and lifelong resident of Tepito, Alfonso Hernandez apparently feels the same way.
So this is supposed to be a bad neighborhood. This is the best. I love this neighborhood.
¿Se da cuenta que no?
Bueno, tiene fama de ser el barrio de las almas.
It is known for being the Lost Souls neighborhood. It is called Ángeles neighborhood, like angels being there. But in Tepito, there are no angels, but lost souls.
What's the saying?
Comer bien,
eat well,
coger fuerte, enseñarle los huevos al amor.
And showing los huevos to the death.
Show your balls to the devil or to the
death?
On the menu, migas. The base comes from boiling cracked ham bones to release the marrow, to which garlic, onion, cascabel peppers, and epazote is added. Thickened with stale bread and leftover tortillas.
You got nothing, you make something really awesome out of nothing.
The grandmothers had the creativity to taking advantage of the bones of the pigs, and now it's a gourmet dish.
Any great old culture where there's poverty, there's something like this. Yeah, by the way, if you're watching this, after you do this, you really got to wash your hands before you touch your dick. Okay? That's a rookie mistake, going to take a piss right after.
She's asking you if you liked the migas, if you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's good. Delicious. So these guys have been open for 65 years.
All the members of the crew are relative.
Is there hope for social change in this country?
Unfortunately, Mexico has become the Tepito of the world. Tepito is still the synthesis of the Mexican.
Not a lot of upward mobility here. The rich get richer, the poor get ground slowly under the wheel. Eduardo Garcia has hacked his way up the ladder to become chef, owner of the city's hottest restaurant.
I grew up in the States. I was a migrant worker picking fruits and vegetables as a kid. My parents didn't earn a lot of money, so I decided to work rather than go to school.
The restaurant business, as I well know, ain't no picnic. And in Mexico City, it's particularly rough.
Mexico has a reputation where we all know that the country is run by corrupt politics. You have to stand up for what you believe. If you don't, people will run you over. You won't last a minute. I don't let people bully me around.
Garcia runs Maximo Bistro with his wife, Gabriela. Here's the kind of extra helping of crap you gotta deal with if you run the hottest restaurant in Mexico City. In 2013, the spoiled daughter of the head of Mexico's Consumer Protection Agency walks in and demands a table when there's, unsurprisingly, no table available. When Garcia says, sorry, no can do, she pulls a you know who I am and then calls daddy and gets the health inspectors in to shut the place down.
So your other customers basically started taking pictures of them with their cell phones?
Next thing you know, we have the media outside, and this is Friday.
Right.
Sunday morning, we're front page of one of the most important newspapers in Mexico.
Well, it was very embarrassing to the government.
And it should be.
Because they got caught doing what they do all the time. But if you were not the hottest restaurant in town, if you were just running a cantina, you know, a few blocks away,
I would have been.
They would have closed you down, and that's that.
Right now, a defiant, young, creative generation of Mexican chefs like Eduardo are performing some of the most exciting new cooking anywhere on earth. A mixing of the very old and traditional with the very new.
So you went to Le Bourdain?
As a kid, yes. One of the jokes throughout the whole time that I worked is, how old are you? I'm 18. You've been 18 for 3 years. Those are abalone from Baja. I told you I love butter. I use it even for some Mexican dishes, and then just some roasted chile serrano just to give it a nice little kick for me.
They're finished with lemon and, of course, brown butter.
Beautiful. Mmm. Very delicious. Very Mexican, very French. Brown butter, it's awesome. Makes everything better.
Of course. I think the most important thing about Mexican cuisine in general, if it's traditional, the ingredients.
Confit of suckling pig topped with grandma's salsa, an instant classic.
How about it? No, you do it like the Mexican way. Pick it up and go.
Wow, pretty hard to imagine anything better than that. Yeah, you're stuck with this dish forever, man.
Forever.
That are gonna be like Mick Jagger, 50 years from now, singing Satisfaction. There's no getting away from it, man. This is so good. This is a classic.
But even now, with all his success, Garcia is still fighting a struggle most Mexicans are all too familiar with.
What happened that day happens every day. And the promise always is, we're gonna shut you down, you don't know who I am. And for me, I'd rather close my restaurant than live like that. If you close my restaurant, I will go across the street, I will go to another state, or I will go to another country, and I still will make a good restaurant.
Under former President Felipe Calderón, Mexico launched a concerted war on drugs, ostensibly against the notorious and seemingly untouchable cartels. Absolutely no one can say with any credibility, by the way, that Mexico's war, or our trillion-dollar war,
just say no,
has had any effect in diminishing the flow of drugs into our country. One very brave journalist has uncovered exactly how deep the rot of corruption and dirty money has penetrated into every level of Mexican institutions.
My grandmother is from Oaxaca, so how we used to drink the mezcal is never with lemon, it's with orange.
It was not what a lot of people wanted to hear, much less see published. Today, Anabel Hernandez, author of the groundbreaking expose Los Señores del Narco, lives under guard in a secret location. The threat, very, very real and very explicit.
Do you think there was ever a minute when the Calderón war on drugs, was it ever genuine?
No. Who really started the war against the drug cartels was Vicente Fox. Felipe Calderón just followed that instruction, but he didn't really do anything new. He just did it worse. Since the beginning, the plan of the government was protect the Sinaloa cartel and fight against the enemies of the Sinaloa cartel.
Of the 7 major Mexican cartels, the Sinaloa cartel is considered the most powerful, with the farthest reaching and most pervasive tentacles extending deep into every corner of government, banking, and private industry. Its rivals, the Tijuana cartel, the Gulf cartel, the Juarez cartel, the Beltran-Leyva, La Familia Michoacana, and the particularly murderous Los Zetas. The cartels are responsible for importing roughly 3/4 of all illegal narcotics to America.
In your work, you've uncovered what had to be some very embarrassing and incriminating associations and connections between very high elected officials, the presidents and entire administrations, and acts of incredible criminality. How did that change your life?
Well, when I started to make this investigation on 2005, and I really understand that it would be very dangerous. I have to say that it wasn't really a surprise for me what happened after I published my book. What I didn't expect is that the threats came from the federal government.
Anabel says that one of her sources warned her that the biggest threat was from within, that one of the most highly placed, most senior law enforcement officials in Mexico had ordered her killed.
Because in my book, I put his name and also show some documents that proves that he was involved. He was in the payroll of the Sinaloa cartel.
What happened to this man?
Right now, he's very happy, drinking rum, I think. building many enterprises, fake enterprises, laundry, his money.
To me, the weak link are the bankers. A banker who launders money. He's got a family, he's got a reputation, he gives money to charity, his neighbors think he's great, his kids think he's wonderful. He's got something to lose. So I wouldn't be prosecuting drug dealers, I'd be prosecuting bankers.
The name of my book is Los Señores del Narco, because Los Señores del Narco are not only El Chapo Guzmán and the leaders of these cartels, no! Los Señores del Narco are also this, the politicians and bankers and the businessmen. The people have to know who are these people, name by name.
You've been a journalist for how long? Since
20 years.
20 years. Your father was kidnapped and killed in 2000?
My father was a businessman. In that year, many gangs used to kidnap the businessman just for money. So when we went to the police and asked them to investigate, they said, well, if you pay us, we will make the investigation. So as family, we decide to pay because you cannot buy the justice. Since that, I really try to fight against corruption. That's why I'm doing what I do. Because I think that corruption is the worst problem in Mexico. The drug cartels are maybe the worst phase of that problem, but the problem in the deep is the corruption. The corruption is the mother of all our problems in Mexico.
It should be pointed out that 88 journalists, how many journalists have been killed in this country?
90 now.
90 journalists now have been killed or disappeared over the last few years.
Yeah.
Here, you can kill a journalist and get away with it. Why are you still here?
I have lost many things in my life. My father was the most important person in my life. I already lost everything. I don't have any life anymore. I don't have a social life. I don't have a sentimental life. I don't have anything. I just have my work and my family. And my work of journalist is everything for me. I really believe that good journalists can change the world. I have received many offers to go outside to France, to Sweden, and other countries. I don't want to leave. It's my choice. My choice is fight.
I came to Oaxaca for mezcal. I like mezcal more and more these days. And this guy, Ron Cooper, finds and sells some of the best mezcal in the world. We're at the Zapotec ruins of Monte Alban.
In pre-conquest Mexico, there were gods and goddesses of intoxication and ecstasy. The touch of a lover, the smell of a flower, the aha of an idea, all had gods and goddesses that took responsibility for those things.
All of your mezcals come from different villages, and
Yes.
only that village.
And only one maker in that village. We call our stuff single village mezcal because most mezcals are made with a blend of different villages all put together. No one goes home and has a cocktail in these Indian villages. They wait until there's a special occasion. Every birth, death, confirmation, baptism, there's a fiesta. A wedding is 8 days. You invite 200 people. You feed them breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You have a band every day. And then they really consume. Don't drink yet. For Mother Earth and our ancestors. And then you say, Stigi Bayo.
Stigi Bayo. That's extraordinary. Back in the day, it was cheap stuff with a worm in it, and there were rumors that if you ate the worm, you'd start tripping, that there was a hallucinogenic component to mezcal. Now, is there a particular kind of a high? Is this an enlightening high? Is this a good high?
The high is humorous. You have these funny thoughts dancing around the back of your head.
Happy, witty drunk.
Yes.
In Oaxaca, ancient indigenous traditions and ingredients define not only the mezcal, but also the food.
One of the main reasons people visit our city is to eat.
This is Alejandro Ruiz Olmedo, one of Mexico's best chefs. He started cooking young. When he was 12, his mother died, and it fell on him to raise and feed his 5 siblings.
But this is what we call tasajo.
Today, he draws much of his inspiration from Oaxaca's central market. Probably America's most beloved food is what they think is Mexican food.
Yes.
And I think most Americans' view of Mexican food is like beans, fried tortilla, melted cheese, and some chicken.
Yes.
In fact, and particularly when we're talking about Oaxaca, this is a deep, really sophisticated cuisine.
That's correct. Oaxaca has these different microclimates all over our territory, and that gives us this enormous amount of spices, products, fruit, chilies.
Like 500,000 varieties of corn, something like
Yes,
that.
correct.
Right? I mean, this is really where the good shit grows.
Ya estamos aquí. This is stands of barbacoa, and this lady here, it's always making like the best.
Oh, tender.
Yes, tender, tasty.
Man, greens and crunch.
Cabbage and cilantro. Buen provecho.
Oh, unbelievably good. Just so tasty.
And they're gonna give us some consomme.
Man, deep. It's good. All right, I'll finish this. This is just too damn good.
People have this barbecue, especially on Sundays. It's a tradition to have barbacoa.
Just so tasty.
All this pasillo is full of chiles, no? People think that Mexican food has to be necessarily spicy because of the chiles we use. And we go for flavors, not for the spiciness.
What most people miss is how really deep and really sophisticated the sauces here can be. Like Lyon is to France.
Yes.
Oaxaca is to Mexico, in my experience.
You're right.
You know?
Also,
Really?
to my experience.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not kissing your ass here. I was just in
Please don't do
Lyon.
that.
This is Vicky's place. She's been cooking up traditional Oaxacan dishes in the market for 30 years. Whoa, that's awesome when he's cooking the egg right on the camal. Oh, man. So the guy working the camal, first of all, a lot of the camal you see now are metal. That's old school, super old school. That's the way they did back in Zapotec times, man.
Yes, correct.
On the clay camal.
Yes.
And I mean, I'm looking up there, he's doing our tortillas.
Yes.
And he's doing, it's one of my favorite things, the zucchini flowers with the string cheese. That's so pretty to see. Olmedo's cooking, his focus, his passion, have very old, very deep roots.
My parents were farmers in a small village like mine. Since you are 6, 8, 7, you have a role to develop in the family.
Right.
So my role was to water the chile plantation, the tomato plantation, to milk the cows, and help my mom while she was making tortillas like that. She would give me directions and telling me, okay, roast the chiles, roast the tomatoes. I tell you how to prepare molcajete salsa. So that was at the beginning of my profession,
Right.
cooking, learning from the knowledge of how a tomato should taste like when you cut it directly from the plant.
The way it should taste.
That's
old
right.
school. Oh, man. Happy.
This is what you should do. Try the egg first, like
All
this.
right. I'll just grab a hunk. Here.
Yes. And then put salsa.
Yeah. I haven't been anywhere in Mexico where the cooking is better than here.
This is a way to preserve our culture through our food.
The quiet little town of Teotitlán del Valle is about 15 miles outside of Oaxaca. A town where the arts, crafts, and traditions of the pre-Hispanic Mexico are celebrated and packaged for consumption. Abigail Mendoza and her sister Rufina are Zapotecan, original people from Mexico before the Spanish, before the Aztecs. This is her restaurant, where Abigail has been grinding corn by hand, making masa and moles like this, the ridiculously faithful, time-consuming, difficult, traditional way she was taught to make these things, and the way she's been making them since she was 6 years old. Look at her hands, by the way. Small, surprisingly delicate, given all the hard work, all the pushing, kneading, grinding, stone against stone over the years. Then look at her forearms, the power there. It's impressive and beautiful.
Yeah.
Every time you enter a house in Oaxaca, especially in the small villages, they always offer you a shot of mezcal.
So good. Següesa, a mole and chicken dish. This mole sauce, like a lot of the real old-school moles made by masters like Abigail, uses 35 different types of chile peppers and takes more than 2 weeks to make. Do you think that until recently, until guys like you, that Mexicans were not looking back at their own food culture, they were looking elsewhere? What was going on?
We were conquered. We were also a culture that was conquered first by the Aztecs, and then we were conquered by the Spaniards. So we were always told that everything that was good and excellent has to be imported.
Right.
And what we had here, it was just not good.
Right. Another Zapotecan classic, chile agua, a simpler dish of cow and pork brains cooked with chilies, tomatoes, and yerba santa.
As a cook, the main thing I learned was to develop a little bit my cuisine here. There was this space where nobody tried to innovate. Still using the same techniques, the same ingredients, the same flavors, herbs, etc. But, you know, developing a little bit. Muchas gracias. Muy amable, gracias.
También muy prehispánico.
I mean, that's as old school as it gets. This is super ancient.
A finer dish than this one you cannot have. This is something that you do not find anywhere else in Mexico.
A quiet night in the Zócalo, the central square of Oaxaca. But even tonight, there's plenty of evidence of the struggle, the discontent boiling just under the surface. The graffiti and painting of this street artist, who goes by the name Yesca, captures that spirit of Oaxacan protest.
The Last Supper, for sure.
It's a Last Supper, but Mexican Last Supper.
Who are these people?
It's the most powerful people in Mexico, people that is driving Mexico. This is Peña Nieto, the president right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is Felipe Calderón,
Right.
the last president.
The last president.
And that guy is like the economy guy,
Right.
who is moving the economy in
Mhm.
Mexico. And this is the army. This is a prostitute. It's represent because they are like prostitutes,
Right.
you know?
And
In middle, this is
Jesus.
the narco traffic.
Ah, the
so,
middle.
yeah, he's like the god in Mexico, you know? Because he is like over, you know?
all of it.
Yeah,
So this is the way Mexico works.
yeah. For me, the most problem in Mexico is the corruption.
Mexico can be a dangerous place for journalists, for politicians, for police. Is it a dangerous place for artists?
Yeah, I think so, yeah, because if you not agree with the government, you are like enemy.
In 1936, the town of Cuernavaca, 50 miles from Mexico City, was visited by Malcolm Lowry, a tormented, self-loathing, brilliant, and hopelessly alcoholic author. His life work, Under the Volcano, was set here. It is widely believed to be one of the great novels of the 20th century. Lowry saw symbolism and evil everywhere here. In the deep barrancas, the looming volcano that towered overhead. Writer, poet Javier Sicilia, one of Cuernavaca's most celebrated residents, has reason to see evil too. On March 28, 2011, narcos kidnapped and murdered his son, Juan Francisco, and 6 other equally blameless innocent victims. Cecilia found himself moved to march to Mexico City to demand an end to the increasingly futile so-called war on drugs that was mindlessly grinding up so many victims in the crossfire and in the margins. In Under the Volcano, the evil that's coming is fascism, Nazism. What is the heart of the infernal machine today?
Una nueva forma del totalitarismo, que es el dinero y la disputa de los territorios para controlar el dinero tanto por parte del Estado como por parte del crimen organizado, que casi son lo mismo en mi país.
What does he want to say? What does he want people to hear?
¿Qué es lo que quieres que la gente oiga?
Necesitamos detener esta guerra. Es una guerra que nos está matando hijos, hijas, que nos está haciendo perder la democracia, que tiene al país balcanizado y roto, que necesitamos encontrar la paz y la justicia que no tiene este país.
Can he think of one place on earth where the good guys are winning and where you are not ground under the wheels of the machine?
Donde la gente pone por encima la vida humana y la relacionalidad amorosa, ahí está una sociedad, ahí está en el centro del horror, la vida y la paz. Donde hay unos seres que se niegan a aceptar la muerte, se niegan a aceptar que se sigan matando, que sigan arrojando cuerpos en las calles decapitados, donde hay una sociedad que puede decir, está el ser humano por encima de cualquier cosa, ahí está la vida, ahí hay un buen lugar.
Have you written a poem since the death of your son?
No, escribí un último poema cuando supe del asesinato de Juan Francisco, de mi hijo, y con ese cerré mi actividad como poeta que escribe poemas.
As I have come to know in my own life, drugs, even drug addiction, can be a survivable event. Death is not. Death is final.
deixa a pretinha pra mim. Eva, me leva pra praia, eu quero ver. Eva, me leva pra praia. I took a walk through this beautiful world. Felt the cool rain on my shoulder. Found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la.
In Bahia, you find yourself in the heart of Brazil, where the magic comes from. If you want to get there, just follow the sound of the drums. This is Salvador de Bahia, city of 3 million people, first capital of Brazil, the wellspring for everything African and spicy, where things seem to just sway and move constantly. It's a place where everybody is sexy, where even the ugly people are hot. Unsurprisingly, this is where artists come from. African spiritualism, occult magic, candomblé, capoeira.
Caipirinha.
And caipirinhas. Did I mention caipirinhas? They do those here too. I like them. I like them a lot.
What's magical about this cocktail is the first taste, it's like, I don't know, man. It's a little too something. And then like that second sip, it's like, oh, that's kind of good. Then the third sip, it's, where are my pants?
Fortunately, food in these parts tends to be, shall we say, hearty. For instance, a delightful meal of fried meat with plenty of absorbent starch product like farofa, the perfect accompaniment to many, many caipirinhas.
Oh, excellent. Obrigado. Now we're talking. It's a tough town for vegetarians. Oh, chorizo, good. And I'll have 6 more of these, please. People are staring at me. They say, look at that. The heave and hump of an American, how much he's eating. Just line him up, my friend. Thank you. Obrigado. Yeah. So nice walking around here. The audio component's really amazing. There's always drums somewhere.
Isso para mim é uma coisa que me faz me movimentar. Eu gosto de encontrar lugares, descobrir pessoas, descobrir histórias, descobrir tudo que está acontecendo dentro da cidade. E é isso, eu vivo isso o tempo todo.
Welcome to Salvador, my friend.
Oh, good to be here. Again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah?
Love it here.
Well, please, one cup for you, man. Oh, come on, Joe. Welcome to Salvador, right?
Thank you.
But good to see you.
This is Claudio and Marilia. It's good to have friends at a place like Salvador. In fact, you're pretty much lost without them.
Saúde. Aqui na garrafa for next stop.
Right.
Cool.
Tuesday night in Palo.
Yeah, man. And the Tuesday nights are very interesting. Many people come to church first, Right. Next, you're going to drink around, right? Try something, listen good music. And the corner here, man.
People have to work tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's Brazil, right?
Yeah, it's Brazil, but you have this kind of behavior
Right.
here in Pelourinho, but not in whole city.
So how different is Salvador from Rio and Sao Paulo?
Man, Salvador is a mother, you know. The music here, the candomblé, the architecture, this area is amazing, man.
It is.
It's amazing. And for eat, drink, history, memory, anything.
Pelourinho, Pelo for short, was Salvador during the Portuguese colonial period. It's almost always a party, a series of parties actually, but tonight is special.
Oh, look at the smell, man.
Smells good.
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
Is it good?
So where to next?
Go to the stair.
Yeah.
I like to bring in you today because coming here, people everywhere. This is a free party. You can dance, you can drink your beer everywhere. Come on to see the show inside. It's amazing. Woo! That.
What is it?
It's a cravinho, clove and a mix of honey, lemon.
Alcohol?
Yes.
Alcohol of unknown origin dispensed from atop the head of the stranger?
Oh,
that's good.
That's good?
Mama always said that was a good idea.
Viva Salvador!
I don't know if it's the booze or the music or the tropical heat, but after a while bouncing from place to place, wandering down old cobblestone streets, different music issuing from everywhere, a different party, people flowing out of buildings, one gathering commingling with another, the music mixing. It really does seem that everybody is moving to some mysterious, unknowable pulse, some unheard throb that moves people to constantly touch each other, stroke hips, necks, limbs. It is useful to know that of over 12 million Africans dragged, ripped, and kidnapped from their homelands, nearly 5 million ended up in Brazil. 1.5 million of them in Bahia alone. Pelourinho became the locus of a vast infrastructure of plantations and the slave trade that powered them, making this city in northeastern Brazil the most opulent in the New World. Pelourinho, it's worth pointing out, gets its name from the whipping post. 100 years after slavery was outlawed in Brazil, Pelourinho had been forgotten. But of course, the neighborhood had its charms. If you were an artist, a musician, a writer, you could afford to live here. Cheap rent for longtime locals, or shiny new art galleries and hipster cafes. We know which way the current of history runs.
Eu vivo aqui pensando como sobreviver. O mundo vai girando e o novo sol vai nascer. E as pedras vão rolando ao amanhecer. E a gente acreditando que o novo sol vai nascer. Seus olhos puros e ardentes, clareando minha mente, eu vivo a sonhar sempre com você. Musa inspiradora, não me deixe só. Preciso de você para criar o reflexo da vida e mostrar para o mundo a verdade no corpo e na alma, antes que seja tarde demais.
Here, though, one man stands alone. Jaime Figura, a poet, sculptor, painter, musician. Now, perhaps, his own greatest artistic creation. He's chosen to hide his face from view and to stand in opposition, an eyesore, a rebuke, a defiant, guar-like embarrassment to the occupiers.
As he dresses now, this is for protection, but as I understand, also protest.
E essa sua forma é uma forma de protesto também?
Foi porque eu perdi meu emprego. Além de perder meu emprego, de ter rasgado meu paletó, roupa, porra toda, entendeu? Ainda vi uns filha da puta de lá da periferia me bater, entendeu? Me agredir, achando que eu tava errado, que eu era isso e aquilo, entendeu? Aí piorou mais a situação. Aí coloquei a máscara de ferro, entendeu?
It's a kind of protest, but also protection. You know?
Who's the enemy?
Quem são os inimigos? Ele tá perguntando quem são.
Os inimigos são todos.
Everyone.
Quem vê cara não vê coração.
You see face, you not see heart, né?
How long have you been wearing the armor? How long?
Há 46 anos atrás.
46 years.
46 years. You know? That was a long time ago. You ever go to the beach?
Eu gosto de ficar na sombreira só.
No sun. Only shadow.
Only the
beer,
darkness.
and beer. No
You're
sun.
goth, dude.
Whisky com água de coco.
Whiskey and coconut. But not sun. No sun.
Mas entrar na água não vou, não.
Not water, not sun.
Just down from where we're sitting, Jaime's Pelourinho studio. His water and power have been shut off. But he insists he's going nowhere.
Brazil is supposed to be about what? Music, dancing, sun, hot women. Does he reject those things? Does he think that's bull?
É que eu tô no país errado, tô na cidade
It's
errada.
the wrong country, he tells.
É, aconteceu.
I am in the wrong country.
Where would the perfect place be?
A cidade do rock.
The Rock City.
Rock City. That's Detroit.
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 Detroit, Rock City. What music inspires him?
Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden, though. I think they're touring, actually.
Que mais?
Nirvana.
Nirvana. Metallica?
Beethoven.
Beethoven.
Metallica, Beethoven.
Carlos, what do you think about all this? I think anybody who comes here recognizes immediately that this is a really uniquely extraordinary and, despite many problems, a uniquely wonderful, magical place.
It's a magical place, but also for us, for me and for him. Here is a place where many people, black people, have suffered. There is still one kind of karma of this old history here, you know?
So what is the real Pelourinho?
Qual é o Pelourinho real? Ele tá querendo saber qual
O Pelourinho real somos nós.
We are
que
the real
frequentamos
Pelourinho.
aqui,
We are
dia a dia, dando vida a essa merda. Entendeu?
Give life for the... We are the real Pelourinho.
Meu nome é Jaime Figura. Eu estou aqui no Pelourinho, na Babilônia, a nossa Babilônia, que ninguém vai tomar. É tudo nosso. Na verdade, eu gosto de vocês, entendeu? Só que tem umas pulguinhas que ficam me enchendo o saco, atrapalhando a minha vida, entendeu? Mas eu tô aqui pra fazer meu rock and roll e meu lugar é aqui, no Pelourinho!
I don't like pina coladas, but I like walking in the rain. I like wandering through markets as much as the next guy, but what I really like are neurotoxins. In Japan, they call it fugu. Yeah, its eyes, ovaries, and internal organs are just packed full of varying amount of toxins. And some hysterical ninnies will tell you that tetrodotoxin present in the blowfish is 1,200 times more potent than cyanide. And they'll tell you how if it's consumed, you remain conscious while your muscles gradually become paralyzed and death, like a slow-moving freight train, looms closer and closer. And whatever you do, just make sure you cut out that liver. I say, bull.
So, we're eating blowfish.
Yeah, it's an adventure.
Like the Japanese, they like the poison and stuff?
I know, yeah.
So do they, but they remove the liver and the skin and all
It's
that?
supposed to be removed properly.
Right, properly, right. I saw a Simpsons episode, I think.
This guy make it great.
Poisonous blowfish moqueca recipe. Add to said fish lemon, coriander, onion, tomato, coconut milk, dende oil, cover, and simmer. I am confident in this cook I don't know. And in this man, Bel Bourdain, my host and an aficionado of this dish.
Smelling good.
Bon appétit, monsieur.
Thank you.
There's a lot of pepper, huh?
Oh, yeah, good pepper. Nice and spicy. I can't feel my legs. Is that a bad thing?
Bel is an artist, after all, a very famous one. So he knows about neurotoxins. He comes from a long tradition of artists who have found inspiration in Bahia.
Is there something about Salvador you think that is conducive to an artistic sensibility? I mean, there's so much color here and music and...
Lights, the light here is beautiful.
The light is really special. The bill, I mean, just the colors of the city are amazing. The colors of the people are amazing, and the way they move.
They move.
I don't know, when I first came here, I thought, everybody in this city looks like they just got, or they're on their way to go. So this was the Central Market back before supermarkets. This is where everybody did their shopping, right?
Oh, yes. You know what? This is the real Brazilians here. The real Bahias.
Right.
This place is the intestine of the city. They sell shrimps and stuff here, oil and stuff. This kind of oil we call dende, palm oil.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever, however you want to call it.
And I love the dende oil. You know, it takes some getting used to. The first time I was here, you know, you eat it, you shit like a mink for hours afterwards. But now, no problems. I've been eating this all week, loving it. We're on your 5th time in Brazil.
You're developing resistance, man.
Yeah.
Oh! Now you're sure it's good.
There you go, buddy. Hope you like spicy. He's a Brazilian cat. He's got to like spicy.
Oh, muito obrigado, meu amor.
A little cachaça?
Yes.
Told you. Yeah, that'll set you right.
I think now you're protected from the poison.
Right. We're coming up to the World Cup, and I think a lot of people are going to be reading about crime and all of that. How do you think it's going to go, the World Cup? Disaster, or it's going to somehow work out?
I think it'll be a success. It'll be a successful.
You think it'll be a success?
I'm sure of it.
Salvador is one of the host cities for the 2014 World Cup. A huge stadium has recently been completed, but a lot of people are worried, concerned, if Brazil is ready. I've been told thousands of prostitutes are studying tourist-appropriate languages in preparation. So probably a lot of people are going to get laid, a lot of people are going to get robbed, a lot of people are going to get laid and robbed.
Have you ever been here in Carnival?
No.
It's a,
Well, that's
the World Cup beside Carnival.
And that works out, right? That's not a slaughter fest.
It's a breakfast.
Right.
I think it happens, but it works.
I think Salvador in particular is a place where,
May I?
thank you, no matter what, people should come. Even people who are afraid to travel, who say, oh, well, but I hear, no, you know what, live your life, man. Come, you should not miss a place like this, because there aren't a lot of places in the world that even come close to this.
Look our food. Today, I invited you to have this dish. We're not doing that because
I'm pretty sure
we are not born to die.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mr. Muffin Stuff over here is going to suddenly jump on me and start clawing my face.
If the poison was active, she was dead.
Ooh, I didn't think of that. I shall call you Canary.
We are not born for dying.
No.
O mar, o pescador, Salvador, tudo é junto. Sem o mar, não somos ninguém. Isso aí é uma paixão. O mar é uma paixão. Você vai lá uma vez, você não quer sair mais. E os pescadores que vivem disso aí é a vida da gente. A vida do pescador. O pescador gosta disso. Se não tiver o mar, quando ele está revolto, olha, o pescador sofre, porque ele não consegue viver sem o mar, mesmo ele não indo lá e não conseguindo nada. Mas ele tem que estar no mar, porque é a vida dele. E sem o mar não tem vida.
The Bay of All Saints, a vast natural harbor, allowed Salvador to prosper. Tucked along its shore, if you look hard enough, you'll find a small grouping of shacks roofed in corrugated tin. This is where a local fishermen's association brings their catch to sell to wholesalers and then relax after a long day on the water. Catch of the day, the prized big red snapper. Rub with sea salt, lemon, olive oil. Grill over charcoal. Enjoy view.
So everybody here is fishermen?
Todo mundo aqui são pescadores.
Pescadores, profissionais.
Pescadores autênticos.
Meet Maloka, a very special guy. He's been working as our head of security, and as for reasons that are immediately obvious, he enjoys respect and reputation on the streets. But he also comes out of this neighborhood, and these guys are his friends.
How's business now? I mean, a lot of fish out there? Fishing business good?
Como é o negócio agora? O mar dá certo, traz monte de...
Olha, não, agora tá razoável. Tem época que também dá pouco, tem época que não dá nada, tem época que também ganha mais pouco.
Lunch wouldn't be complete without a delicious spicy salsa of garlic, tomato, onions, and peppers. On the side, some deep-fried little smelts. Don't forget the beer and the cachaça. And enjoy.
Yeah, that'll work. It looks like a big grouper.
Big.
It's a big redfish today.
Avisa que é pimenta, não que aí o povo come. Ele sabe.
I have to advise you that
It's spicy.
Spicy.
What's everybody, beer or cachaça?
Os dois.
Both.
Esse é o homem, esse é o mais velho pescador aqui. Ele é o mais velho pescador.
Still working?
O senhor ainda está trabalhando?
Ele vem da pescaria agora.
Trabalha mais do que todos aqui.
You work more than all of us.
No reme com a língua.
They use a line or net?
Linhazol, mão.
Hand line.
Mais simple is just the hand around a piece of wood like that.
Right.
And take like that.
They don't cut the hands?
Always cut the hands.
Fishing anywhere is hard, and the way these guys do it particularly hard. mostly hand lines from small boats. Just look at these hands.
Oh, yeah. You're a hard man, literally.
Você pode comer ou...
Estamos esperando por isso. Yeah, that's what I want right here. Oh, yeah, jackpot. But that's, you'll pardon the expression, some good head.
The fisherman loves the head.
Oh, it's awesome.
It's the best part for them.
Ele sabe comer, viu?
Sabe.
Ele sabe comer. Tuna. Looking good. Yeah, you can just throw him right on the barbie. Man, it's a good piece of fish. Beautiful. In Rio, if you're anything less than perfectly cut, you feel terrible going to the beach. You never want to go to the beach. Here, I can frolic in a Speedo and feel pretty good about myself. They let it all hang out here.
Chegou a barriga, hein? Olha que eu já topava Arapuama, viagem pra mim, leite de camelo com pó da ilha, hein?
Caipirinha?
Ah, the caipirinha man. This indispensable icon of Brazilian beach culture is known to start with fresh lime. Muddle and mash with more lime juice, sugar, ice. The magic ingredient, cachaça. That's basically the distilled liquor of the sugar cane. Shaken, not stirred, and you got yourself one of the world's truly great cocktails. A utility beverage good for any time of day or any social occasion.
Very satisfying. They do these toasted cheese things here. Awesome. If there's anything, schedule? If there's anything better than cheese, it's semi-melted cheese. Like, what's the best part of French onion soup? It's the little burnt bits of cheese around the edge. Obrigado. Oh, yeah. It's just as good as it looks. Look at this line. These guys are famous.
Acarajé. I've had it before. I have had it here, in fact. These ladies make it good. Really good. The clothes go back to the newly freed slaves who now were able to practice their religion and began selling the acarajé to support the candomblé community. What is acarajé? Behold, a paste, a batter, a falafel-like wad of smushed up black-eyed peas, seasoned with ground-dried shrimp and onions, deep-fried till crispy and golden in some chili-spiked dende oil. Already, if you're a rookie, you're guaranteed some quality time on the porcelain bus real soon. On the top, you got your vatapá, which is sort of a shrimp curry paste, and your tomato salad. Your fried shrimp, your camarão frito, a must.
All right, beautiful.
Don't forget the hot chili oil. And prepare for liftoff.
Really good.
When millions of Africans were taken by force to Brazil, the traditions, the musical roots they had, instruments they played, their gods, and their food came with them. In the days of slavery, you had to hide that stuff, whether it was your religion or your self-defense skills.
So, tell me about capoeira.
It was a kind of martial art. But in the beginning of 19th century, capoeira became more like a game, and the music instruments were associated to the fight.
No hands, right? All feet and head? Why no hands?
We use the hands in just a few movements.
Where did that come from, and why do you think that became...
Some people say that this is inspired by the animal movements.
In a recent study observing the comparative destructive power between kicks from various martial arts of karate, Muay Thai, and Taekwondo, it was capoeira that packed the most ferocious impact. The colonial masters knew this and made it illegal for much of Brazil's history. Today, maestras like Janja and Paulinha teach capoeira in classrooms and on stages.
Originally, it was a male-dominated activity. When did that change?
Since the 60s, Master Janja and me, we start our process in the beginning of the 80s.
Right.
And nowadays we have hundreds of women practicing capoeira.
What was it like in the beginning? From the very first women who did it?
Mothers or fathers or the family,
Right.
you know, said that, well, capoeira is not for women. Why you decide to do this?
Afro-Brazilian cuisine is the result of many, many years of cooks experimenting with African and Portuguese dishes combined with local ingredients like seafood, chilies, coconut milk. This is Angelica's house, open one day a week as a restaurant serving her unique style of Bahian dishes.
Beautiful. Wow, look at that.
Looks very good.
How has being a master of capoeira, how has that changed the rest of your life?
I think it changed a lot. Women in general, they don't learn to fight. Learning how to be involved in real fights, game and fight at the same time. We became more prepared to be involved in symbolic fight. And in our society, the women, they are not so well prepared like men.
It was purely African in the beginning, and now it's Afro-Brazilian form, is that correct?
All the instruments are African instruments.
Right. They're singing. A lot of singing, and it's important.
Yeah. And in Portuguese. But we, in our group and in Capoeira Angola, we start to include music from other African cultural traditions, including lyrics in African languages.
All of the things that we look at as Brazilian, from outside looking in, the cuisine,
samba. All of these things are very African in origin. And this is kind of where that all started, yes? I mean, I don't want to say it's the real Brazil. Everyone looks at Rio as the postcard Brazil, but here it's really, you feel it, those things.
It has to do with this big concentration of Africans since the beginning of the city. It's different.
Quando eu estou dentro de uma roda de capoeira, quando eu estou praticando capoeira, eu estou, na realidade, em busca de superação de uma série de desafios que são construídos a partir da nossa própria autoimagem, né? Você perceber como é que é você estando no mundo sem estar no mundo sozinho.
If, say, you found yourself in Brazil and had the chance to hire a boat, head for the beach with a bunch of new friends, bring along a skilled mixologist expertly trained in the fine arts of caipirinha making, why wouldn't you? Charge across the water, headed for a nice quiet island, water up some sun to come out from behind dark clouds right about now. Sometimes cliches are cliches for a reason, because they're good ideas to start with, which is why people keep looking for them and doing them over and over. In a perfect world, upon reaching said enchanted island, you'd jump into the warm Atlantic waters. And if you could, you'd have a classic soundtrack to this adventure, like samba, for instance. Splash around for a while, maybe enjoy a nice cold beer or two.
You truly have not taken a beach until a man has set up the caipirinha station. Then you know the LZ is secure. I love nature and caipirinhas. Whoa, what's going on here? Caipirinha. Please. Sweet. This alone is an argument for the greatness of this country.
And what goes great with caipirinhas on the beach? How about some barbecue?
You eat it with the shell here, by the way, unless I'm mistaken. Please, Morrissey, don't eat me. Look in your heart. Don't eat me. Oh, no. Oh, not my head. Oh. Ah. Well,
To complete the picture, maybe a large fish, maybe some crab.
you know, anytime you get your Chinese, your Brazilians, and your Italians all agreeing on something, it's pretty clear it's a really good idea. Everybody agrees that this complicated-looking creature with all those troublesome shells is worth the work. So you tear off the little limbs. We'll get to you later, my friends.
Rip out the tail. These are the lungs. You don't want them. Now you got all this nice fat in there. Oh, yeah. Now we're getting to the claw. Look at that. What's poking out of there? Oh, yeah. Push it through that little nubbin of goodness, like a celestial nipple. Oh. When people started demanding boneless stuff, like chicken without a bone, or crab meat without the actual crab, or lazy lobster, that was the beginning of the erosion of our society as we know it. If you're not willing to work for a payoff like this, how do you expect us to, like, fight Al-Qaeda if you can't suck the meat out of a crab? A character builder, and delicious. And if your perfect day really did happen, you'd probably let yourself be swept away by liquor and good food and gin-clear water, while all around you, horny Brazilians casually fondle each other, get all dozy, and fall asleep. Some time ago, something crawled or slithered or grew like a fungus. Something that started small, got bigger, lurched like a swamp thing out of the mud and moist earth and humid nights of the Delta. Then, it took over the world. So next time some smart-ass ferner, horrified by our latest ham-fisted foreign policy blunder, wonders out loud, what good is America? Well, you can always pipe up that the blues, rock and roll, R&B, and soul all came out of this place. One state, Mississippi.
I took a walk through this beautiful world. Felt the cool rain on my shoulder. Found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la.
Right now we're in the middle of downtown Jackson, Ferris Street.
It's a street with a lot of history. What it used to be like back in the day.
The street was packed with folks all over. They had their own restaurants, grocery stores, juke joints. I mean, everything happened on Ferris Street that happened in Jackson for the African-American community.
The state capital of Jackson, Mississippi, located along Interstate Highway 55, just outside what's known as the Mississippi Delta. It's the kind of place that makes you wonder, why did they make it the capital? Until you grab hold of what used to be around here. Ferris Street used to be the hub of African-American life in this city, its black commercial cultural center. When Dr. King came to town, he came here. Everybody did. Medgar Evers had an office just upstairs, here. Musicians like Tommy Johnson, Sonny Boy Williamson II, and Elmore James all played here, and the likes of Duke Ellington, Cab Calloway, Count Basie, and Louis Armstrong all took the stage at places like the Crystal Palace Ballroom and the Alamo on Ferris Street.
What happened? Where did it all go?
What killed Ferris Street was immigration. Once we were able to branch out of our own indigenous black-run businesses, the black-owned businesses died.
Right.
So great for the black race, but terrible for the black business. In fact, the only reason you're coming to Ferry Street right now is we have 2 churches, 2 funeral homes, and the Big Apple Inn. So you're gonna either die, worship, or come to my place to eat, and that's the only trap you have.
Well, all 3 in that, you know.
That's right.
Not in that order, but.
Want them hot? How y'all doing today?
Back when things were hopping, Gino Lee's great-grandfather Juan Big John Mora moved to Mississippi from Mexico City, started a family with an African-American woman in Jackson. He sold hot tamales out of a steel drum on the corner. In 1939, he moved the operation inside, right here. Now, the last restaurant on the street. Lurking inside, waiting for us, is John T. Edge, who leads the Southern Foodways Alliance.
Mr. Edge, how you doing?
Well, sir. Who makes a point, a mission, out of knowing and teaching as much as he can about the real culinary traditions of the South, and doing what he can to keep them alive and unmolested.
Thanks, sir.
Look at that. Awesome. It's just like a dream sandwich.
What you go for here are smokes, smoked sausage sandwiches, and these magnificent beauties, pig ear sandwiches called ears. Both pretty much served with the same garnishes of slaw, mustard, homemade hot sauce on a soft bun.
Now, as I understand it, originally this was one of those, nobody wants these things, they're dirt cheap.
That's exactly right. In fact, by dirt cheap, the ears were actually free.
Right.
When my great-grandfather started getting the pig ears, the local butcher was giving them to him because he was just throwing them away.
It's everything we love about pig, the texture, it makes it fatty, lean, all of that. Oh, that's good. Man, that is just hard to beat.
Isn't it good? It's a good sandwich.
And of course, some hot tamales, which at this point in history are about as Mississippi as they are Mexican. Like the blues, they came out of Mississippi in the early 20th century as Mexican migrant workers came in to replace African Americans who were headed to work in the great factories and stockyards of Chicago and Detroit.
You know, sitting down here, eating tamales, we can sketch a history of Mississippi. And that's kind of what I'm most interested in doing, helping Southerners understand that their foods are as African as they are Western European. And
if
hopefully
not more.
by way, if not, largely more, music and, all the other cultural expressions of the South. I think food is a sneaky way of getting at some of the serious stuff we've been talking about.
As I told you before, I didn't know what a cool job or what a cool restaurant I had until you showed it to me. I'm just making a living. Just like a lot of folks around Mississippi. We're not trying to make history. We're not trying to increase tourism. All we're doing is doing what we do.
There is a discomfort level about exploring Southern foodways, or particularly Mississippi foodways.
Right.
When you're talking about high-end traditional Southern cooking, you're talking plantation slavery cooking, because that's where these recipes came from. So to revel in that, you don't want to tumble into nostalgia. The potential for awkwardness and offense is enormous.
I want to be careful. I'm not saying that's what I want the South to be. I'm saying that's what people come south looking for.
Right.
They come to the South looking for the past preserved in an amber. But the reality is something different. I don't want to fix it in the past. I don't want to fix it in 1865 or 1965. I want it to progress and change. I want to document the change along the way and celebrate that change along the way. The burden of race is upon us and we ain't gonna shake it. And that can make us better.
I'm a Yankee. So for me, it's kind of shocking to see this flag. It means a lot of things to a lot of people. First and foremost, meaning I'm not a Yankee and I don't much care what you think. There's no doubt that much of Mississippi history is ugly. From slavery, which was pretty much the backbone, the foundation of industry here from the get-go, to Jim Crow, lynchings to church burnings. 14-year-old Emmett Till, killed for talking sass to a white lady in 1955. The assassination of Medgar Evers in 1963. The murders of civil rights workers James Chaney, Michael Schwerner, and Andrew Goodman in 1964. Hell, they had to send in 30,000 armed federal agents, National Guardsmen, and military police just to enforce federal law allowing a black man to attend state college. a notion that was, shall we say, less than popular here. To be honest, that was about all I had for an image of the state of Mississippi. That was all I knew, and it hadn't occurred to me to look further. But I've traveled the world since then, and I visited and learned to love many places not my own, cultures and beliefs very different from the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Why can't I love Mississippi?
All bets are off, I'm through talking. Never gonna fall from my spot, I move August. In September, block your October. So you should be thankful the party's not over. We won the race cause they ran a lame campaign. I'm over here cooking victory, you wanna taste?
Pi Infamous is a proud son and resident of Mississippi, a youth mentor in Jackson's church and public school systems, owner of a marketing agency, and hip-hop artist.
This town, it feels empty. Where is everybody?
I think one thing is a lot of people think that you have to leave Mississippi to be able to do something great. But I think a lot of it is there's so much bubbling in the undercurrent that sometimes isn't seen. And I think it takes an artist who usually takes something that's blank and creates something that's awesome to be able to see the potential in a place, in a canvas, so to speak, that has been vacated by others.
Soul Wired Cafe, one of a number of places where something is going on, where artists, entrepreneurs move into workshops, performance spaces, set up something new and good in formerly abandoned and neglected parts of town.
Yeah, you know the name already, so there's no need for intro. Gather around, get close. The hood is, that's exactly why the hood's here. And if you're trying to find, better look here.
This is a deeply, deeply conservative state, to say the least, right? This is a tough question because I've got my own opinion. Is it more racist than New York?
So I think there are some deeply ingrained problems in Mississippi that are connected to a very ugly past that we share with some other southern states. So, however, I think as far as we talk about racism expressed through a classist lens, I think Mississippi and New York are on par, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Pi Infamous is originally from Clarksdale in the Delta and went to Ole Miss, but he's neither left nor lost faith. He feels an obligation to empower, uplift, educate, to contribute.
One of the important tasks of musicians is being able to really speak truthfully about what's going on without fear of reprisal, right? It allows the audience then to say, you know what, you're right. Now that you put it to a nice melody or to a nice beat, or you say it in that way, and hopefully then that engages them more and allows them to move. And I don't think any movement in the world has not had a soundtrack, right? Regardless of what it is. And so that's our job.
The hood here, that's exactly why the hood's here. And if you're trying to find, better look here. Close to lines, scared to cross. It's not fair to y'all. Make rules, break rules.
Depending on what metrics you're using, the Mississippi is somewhere between the 10th and the 4th largest river in the world. One thing for sure, it's big, and it's freaking strong. Also, you really gotta put your back into it if you're crazy enough to want to paddle a canoe around in its fast-moving waters.
What's the source of the Mississippi?
Well, anywhere raindrop falls in 44% of America. Its furthest reach is Three Forks, Montana. If you follow the volume of water, 2/3 comes down the Ohio River. But most people say Lake Itasca, Minnesota.
John Ruskey is what I guess you'd call a river rat. In 1998, he started the Quapaw Canoe Company, a custom outfit that leads guided expeditions on the Mississippi River and its tributaries. As a central part of his operations, he trains local kids from Mississippi and across the river in neighboring Arkansas under an apprentice program, teaching skills like hand-carving canoes, outdoor survival, and the ins and outs of guiding and the history of the river. Most of these kids come from pretty distressed neighborhoods, and the hope, the intent, is that once trained up, they'll stay with the company.
Nice paddling, Tony. You got the feather down.
Thank you. I'll be feeling that tomorrow. Buck Island. Most of the island could be under 45 to 50 feet of flowing river water from April to June with the spring ice melt and rainstorms.
We do a lot of cooking with Dutch ovens out here.
Multi-purpose and indestructible.
Mm-hmm. Hey, and the next step in this thing is that here are the greens, and we should stuff as many greens as we can into that pot.
You know, this right here?
Uh-huh.
All right. So how does your program work? Around what age are they generally when they get first time?
Teenagers. And as soon as they can hold a paddle, the only thing we ask is interest and commitment.
Well, what does that mean, commitment?
We have this thing called the 3 R's, which is respect of yourself, getting good sleep, eating good food, especially before we go on a trip. Second one is respect of other people, other paddlers, and of course the clients. And then the third thing is taking care of the river. And you know, they've been told by their parents, don't get on the Mississippi River. And maybe they don't even know how to swim. And you know, for a young man or woman, overcoming a fear like that and getting in the canoe and then to have people come and appreciate what you're doing is a life-changing experience. But within that is this incredible, bright, and beautiful spirit that is intact in the Delta.
Sweet potatoes, greens into the Dutch ovens. Throw on the corn when getting close. Finally, on the wet logs on top of glowing coals, lay some steaks, some pork loin and pork tenderloins right on there. Just keep an eye on them.
Good, we got a full spectrum of steaks. Potatoes perfect.
Corn on the cob?
Yeah. Hunk of bread. Living large on the Mississippi.
And yes, there is too much food for 2 people. And yes, that is a whole hell of a lot of meat. And I know it would be awful to waste all that extra. But don't worry.
Woo, woo. Woo, woo. Woo.
Because these gentlemen are tired and hungry.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Right on, Quapos. Come on. Corn on the cob here, greens.
Oh, I'll be cookie. Yeah, got a little more of this. Oh, looking good.
Excuse me.
I don't want to say I'm good, but I'm good. All right. Pork, sir? Who's missing steak here? You, sir? You got? Who needs steak? I feel all Crocodile Dundee. Beautiful. So all that paddling, how bad am I going to hurt tomorrow? Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
I tell you, I got the meat palomino.
That hesitation, not a good sign. Those tenderloins are nice. Good stuff. Man, we have mastered the wild today.
The Mississippi Delta is a big sponge that stretches between the Yazoo and the Mississippi. It's what's called an alluvial floodplain of about 7,000 square miles, or almost 4.5 million acres. This area used to look very different. Massive, wild, old wood forests and swamps. After the passage of the cheerful-sounding Native Removal Act of 1830, the Delta became open for settlement by any white people crazy enough, hardy enough, determined enough, or just plain mean and greedy enough to come here.
They got that whole plate. They need that whole plate. 4 dozen. Do it again.
There's no way to make up for our bad racial past, but you do, you know, the sense of community that keeps people here is evidenced in this place.
Julia Reed is Greenville born and raised, the daughter of a political family, a writer, author, and as Delta as it gets.
How long have you been in Mississippi?
22 years. I came in 1992.
John Currents is a celebrated chef who left New Orleans to come to Mississippi and open first one, then many more restaurants and businesses in the town of Oxford.
I've stayed busy.
And this is Doe's Eat Place in Greenville.
Hello, hi.
This is the great Florence Signa.
Well, it's so good to meet you.
Florence in charge of the salad bowl and has been for a minute. This is Florence's Doe senior sister-in-law. When did y'all open up, Florence? 1930? 41, close enough.
Like a lot of folks around here, Dominic Big Doe Signa got his start selling hot tamales to go. At the beginning, the place catered to the black community. But after word got out how good the food was, white people started coming, which led to a kind of weird accommodation to the segregation of the day. Blacks came in the front, white people snuck in the back. The menu expanded with the clientele.
What human qualities are unique or marked in the native of Mississippi?
I cannot address Mississippi because, like I said, the Delta is a whole nother planet.
Okay, better question then. How does the lifelong Delta resident differ from
You had to be a little crazy to want to come in the first place because it was like the swamps, buddy. It was underwater. I mean, you had to be crazy to come, and you had to have enough money to make it work. So you had some sort of gamblers. I mean, that spirit still infuses the place. It's a little reckless. It's sophisticated because they'd all come from elsewhere. I mean, you go from the Delta to the hills. I mean, we're totally snobbish up here, even when we didn't have a right to be. I mean, where you just came from, Jackson. Are you kidding me?
Really?
You'd have to be paid money to go to Jackson from Greenville.
Do they feel the same way down there about you guys?
They don't get us because they ain't got no sense of humor.
So what about the food? Has this place changed at all? And
No.
It's been 20 years since I was here last, and literally exactly the same.
Not much in the way of capital improvements or time motion study. The system, such as it is well, crazy. You eat right here in the kitchen. In the division of labor, the flow of work, well, I gave up trying to figure it out 5 minutes in and just figured I'll get loaded and eat all this delicious food. The salad thing is famous, hand-tossed in the same wooden bowl for decades. The hot tamales, same as they ever was.
And those tamales are just incredible because they're made with the steak drippings and stuff that you're getting ready to see. So it greatly enhances the flavor. Oh my God.
I could eat them till I was sick.
Fries done in cast iron pan on the stovetop. The famous shrimp. Steaks on an old roll-out broiler. Drippings all over the top.
And you're not going to get skinny or healthy eating the hot tamales and fried shrimp and steak at Doe's. There's no question about it.
Oh, that's good.
Started right here.
Happy. It's the grease that makes it. Man, that's good. No, you're right about those shrimp. They are delicious.
The shrimp? Oh, yeah.
Is there a dessert that I should be saving room for?
Are you kidding me? There is no dessert. It's pretty damn bare bones, my friend. If you ask for one, they'll give you a lollipop.
This is exactly what you expect in Mississippi, though, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to look like this.
I moved here from Georgia, and the thing that struck me when I moved here, driving through the Delta the first time, was just how empty it was. It's like everybody left.
The Great Migration. 3 factors. Automation. The invention of mechanical means to pick cotton. The call of better paying jobs in the industries of the North. And of course, freedom.
People think about the blues as a lament. A lot of blues songs are about freedom, about getting the hell out of Mississippi, and there were a lot of reasons to get the hell out of Mississippi for a long time. Now there's a return migration. And there's that whole period, late 60s, early 70s, where kids are bugging out of Brown University to come sit at the foot of an aged blues in Mississippi. There's a cyclical pattern to that. Now, you see people kind of doing the same thing with food. Like there's a whole generation that wants to come down here and sit at the foot of an aged catfish cook.
State Senator Willie Simmons has been an elected official of the Mississippi Delta for 20 years. And he's been running this place, Senator's Place, for 11.
Now, what's the difference between soul food and traditional Southern food?
It depends upon the culture and what neighborhood you was in. If you were in the black neighborhood, then it became soul. We probably put a little bit more of the throwaway in our cooking. The pig feet, the pigtail, the neck bones, and all of that's fatty.
Now you're making me hungry. Now you are definitely.
Well, there's some neck bones over there.
Okay. Oh, excellent. So greens?
Turnip greens.
Oh, I'll have some of that for sure. Is that fried okra there? I'll have a little of that. Yeah, might need more than one plate at this rate. Let me get some mac and cheese. What's that, lima beans and the red bean. Oh man, that looks kind of good too. Yeah, a little bit of that. Neck bones floating around somewhere? Okay, yeah, I'll have some of those. Little rice and gravy on there? Yeah, thanks. And, oh, I don't know, a piece of fried chicken there. If you got a thigh, that would be great.
Okra's perfect.
Yeah, it is. Oh man, that's good.
Now here in the South, if you want to, you can throw your fork away and just grab that egg bone.
Oh yeah, I'll be working on that once.
We forgive you and don't hold it against you.
I'd eat this okra all day long, man. It's good.
And I don't know what you think about those greens and butter beans.
Oh man, they're nice. Man, that's tasty. Do you think the right people get the credit for Southern cooking as we know it?
I do.
You think the right people get the credit? I mean, look.
I do.
People know. People know who's behind this food, whether it's called soul food or whether it's called country cooking.
How is the Delta, the mindset in the Delta, different than the rest of the state?
No one else can compare with us. Like, there is no other senator who can sit and talk to you and tell you that they represent Dockery plantation where the blues supposed to have been born. There's no one else can tell you that in his district is the home of B.B. King. Can tell you that he represents the area where Fannie Lou Hamer came from, where Jerry Butler was born. Go on and name others, the staple singers. When we talk about the heritage and the culture and what comes out of the Delta, that's all within this little district that I represent. So the Mississippi Delta has that pride.
46 miles southeast is Greenwood, a town with a lot of history, most of it of the not good variety. Known, unfortunately, as much for Byron de la Beckwith and Tom Brady's infamous speech after Brown versus the Board of Education as anything else, fairly or not, it's hard to get past that. During all the years of cruelty and struggle from 1933 on, through it all, and until today, this place, Lusco's, was a beloved institution. Once a grocery store, it turned restaurant to the moneyed class, serving them in discreet quarters in the back, where one could enjoy an alcoholic beverage in what was then a dry state.
Still going after all these years and unchanged. Why?
This place is like a reliquary of like indiscretions past, you know?
But maybe to really tell the story of this place, you have to start with the story of its most famous employee, Booker Wright, who'd been working at Lusco's as a waiter since he was 14 years old.
Glad to see y'all. We don't have a written menu. I'll be glad to tell you what we're going to serve tonight.
In 1965, NBC News came to town, making a documentary on race relations. Booker's entertaining recitation of the menu at Lusco's was famous around town, so they asked him to do his usual routine for the camera.
We have fresh shrimp cocktail, Lusco's shrimp, fresh orchard on a half shell, big orchard.
But at the end of his usual litany is where he dropped the truth bomb that nobody was ready for. Right here.
Now, that's what my customers, I say my customers, be expecting of me. Some people are nice, some is not. Some call me Booker, some call me John, some call me Jim, some call me nigger. All that hurts, but you have to smile. If you don't, what's wrong with you? The meaner the man be, the more you smile, although you're crying on the inside. I'm not going to tip that nigga. You don't look for no tip. Yes, sir. Thank you. What did you say? Come back, because I take care of you. So that's what you have to go through with. But remember, you have to keep that smile.
Telling the truth was still risky business in 1966 Mississippi, and Booker Wright was not rewarded for his candor.
It was not a good experience for him. It did not make him a star by a...
Not within the white community, but even though Stokely Carmichael maybe first chanted Black Power here, that was less important to the black community here than what Booker said on the NBC News.
Yeah. The private dining rooms at Lusco's are still here. The menu, much the same. Steaks, fish, the famous broiled shrimp, the Lusco's special salad with the house Italian vinaigrette dressing, and a healthy dose of anchovy. Onion rings.
Salad makes me happy.
Yeah, me too.
Mostly the anchovies make me happy.
Yeah, love those.
Catfish for Mr. Edge, the famous pompano for me.
It's the kind of mark of being a great restaurant in the Delta, if you have pompano.
It's a big damn fish. No way I'm finishing this.
Sitting here, the booths, the curtains, the whole ring bell for service thing, it seems lost in time.
We got a long and ugly history, but one of the things I love about this place is you can't deny the burden of the past. It gets on your shoulders, right there. Like, America chooses to deny its problems, in many ways, and declares itself a post-racial society. That just shit doesn't fly in Mississippi. You can't claim that.
Oxford, Mississippi is a lovely, incongruously eccentric little island, a mutation, a college town, a magnet for writers, thinkers, and oddballs, drawn perhaps by its rich literary tradition as the home of one of our greatest authors, William Faulkner. Faulkner was a Mississippi native, a former postman, an outdoorsman, an eventual winner of the Nobel Prize in Literature and 2 Pulitzer Prizes for fiction. He never graduated high school. This was his house, Roanoke. Faulkner wrote such American classics as The Sound and the Fury, As I Lay Dying, Light in August, and Absalom, Absalom. And many of his works took place in a fictional county, a place very much like this place in Mississippi.
This is where Faulkner started his writing career, in this room here.
For the past 10 years, Bill Griffith has been curator at William Faulkner's estate.
He added this room on after he won the Nobel Prize. And on the wall here is an outline of one of his novels.
Yeah, I thought that was his greatest book.
Faulkner thought this was his masterpiece.
Jack Pendarvis is the author of Your Body is Changing, The Mysterious Secret of the Valuable Treasure, and Awesome, as well as a staff writer for the game-changing animated series Adventure Time, all works of which I am a huge fan.
So we wrote right on the wall.
He just wrote on it.
It's his
That's
man
it.
cave.
Yeah, it's his version. He said that houses in Mississippi who have a family business have one room dedicated to the family business, and this family's business is writing.
From as early as 1919 through the early 60s, Faulkner wrote extensively about the post-Civil War South. He was the first author to do so, at a time when most writers were writing about anything but.
He always said that he wrote about a South torn between itself, torn between the old ways, the old traditional ways, and modern development. He said he was going to break the antebellum code.
Right.
And he did.
But
he did. And yet,
antebellum house.
he had those hobbies and interests that were definitely of a gentry class and a gentry nature.
His portrait and his horse.
Yeah, there's a great example of him in his writing habit. That's a great example. You do get to a certain level of success, and all of a sudden, this seems like a good idea. And it's never a good idea at that age.
At any age. Right?
Exactly.
Was he politically active at all? I mean, there was a lot going on.
He's a middle-of-the-road Democrat. That's what he said. He said you have to bring black education up with white education. And since the state of Mississippi will not invest in black education, it's up to its citizens to do so. He said that segregation wasn't about being right or wrong. He said any sane, sober Southerner knows that it's wrong. It's about wanting to change or not. But people don't want to give up power. Fear is still alive and well in Mississippi. I think racism is one of those great things in the world that you'll never solve, and that's why Faulkner wrote about it.
Writers, as I know from looking in my own dark heart, are generally terrible people. Put 10 of them together and it's like putting your head in a bag full of snakes. I meet a bunch of them above City Grocery, John Currance's place on the square. There's the brilliant author Tom Franklin and his wife, the poet Beth Ann Fennelly. Grisham writer-in-residence Megan Abbott. Pendarvis, you know, poet Chioma Elliott. Wright Thompson is a senior writer for ESPN. fellow writer on the series Treme, Chris Offutt, novelist Ace Atkins. Poet Derek Harrell is originally from Milwaukee, crime novelist Billy Boyle from Brooklyn. Downstairs, Currence's restaurant City Grocery cranks out many delicious things. The man known as Big Bad Chef, aka Johnny Snack, is sending some of those goodies upstairs, as there's nothing professional writers like more than free food.
Usually you put 5 writers in a room, it's an ugly hell broth of envy, hatred.
We all hate Tommy.
Right.
No, that goes without saying.
Even me, I hate me worst of all.
Around here, anyway, the writers are really supportive of each other. For writers to argue would be like arguing over a piece of dirt. I mean, what are we fighting about? The stakes are so low. Why would you be a jerk about it?
If Mississippi were a country and there were a national hero, dead or alive, by consensus, statewide, who would the statue be of?
Elvis.
Really? It wouldn't be B.B. King.
It should be. It should be B.B. King.
I mean,
Yeah, but it would be Elvis.
But it would be Elvis.
Well, I mean, Mississippi is, the joke is that it's not a state, it's a club, that it's so small that everybody knows everybody.
In the middle of Mississippi, Oxford is an oasis of thought and art and literature and feeling and sentiment and everything. They call this place the Velvet Ditch.
Why the Velvet Ditch?
I guess you just roll in, it's pretty friggin' comfortable, and you don't care much about getting out. Right? Am I right?
Well, no one here seems too bitter about that.
It's a place that needs help, but it's a really great place. We're never leaving.
Is there a distinctive barbecue style in the state of Mississippi?
No, not that we can really discern at all, and it's part of the reason that we wanted to do this. We got our hands on this place and sort of been puzzled for years at, what Mississippi barbecue is all about. The more I dug into it, the less and less I could find. So what we wanted to do is sort of take a look at barbecue that surrounds us and see if we could sort of Frankenstein barbecue.
There isn't really any fixed idea of Mississippi barbecue. And other than this place, Lamar Lounge, John Currence's not-for-profit bar restaurant, there's no other pit-smoked whole hog barbecue in the entire state. A 175-pound pig will feed many mouths. About 250 people eat here a day.
Now, this is a not-for-profit establishment?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, it sure is.
What kind of socialist, communist are you up to, Currence? What's going on here? This is the state of Mississippi.
Oh, just a feel-good kind of guy.
Me too. I've been here only a week, and my sentences, they're starting to change already, because it's not just a rhythm to the speech, but the way I'm organizing my thoughts is starting to change.
Some of the Oxford writers from last night managed to make it out of bed, heads pounding, no doubt, filled with a shame and self-loathing surely familiar for writers. But like such greats of the past as Malcolm Lowry, F. Scott Fitzgerald, and Charles Bukowski, they too have learned that more alcohol first thing will often make you feel better about the world. Particularly if accompanied by freshly baked cornbread, biscuits, pulled pork off that whole hog, sweet jerk chicken, and brisket. Hell, I feel better already.
The Mississippi that I've received is not the Mississippi that I've had in my head, I was surprised on how sold I was off the bat. If you want to write, come to Oxford.
You think that's true? Well, apparently, yes.
I mean, like that line in Barton Fink, you can't throw a rock without hitting a rider. Then he says, do me a favor, throw it hard.
It's easy to just look at Mississippi and go, that just happens down there, so we're good, our hands are clean. It's a totally misperceived place. When I came, I fell in love with a place I never thought that I would. There's something to it, but you can't put your finger on what it is.
What it is can be found in the dark spaces across the tracks and on the other side of town.
Hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to Red Page Lounge, fronted by the cemetery and backed by the river. Leo Bud, welcome. You mother.
What is a juke joint? You've heard reference to them, no doubt, but what is it? I guess the first thing you gotta know is it's pronounced juke joint. And this is a real good one. Scholars have suggested the word juk came from the Gullah, descendants of enslaved Africans, and it meant wicked or disorderly, to dance, or a place of shelter. Juk joints started as plantation community rooms during slavery times. They went on to become the small, private African-American-run bars, clubs, and lounges. First in rural areas, then in towns and cities, where workers could dance, drink, party, and gamble as a respite from the hard labor of Delta sharecropping, tenant farming, house service, and segregation. They were often condemned by church leaders as houses of the devil. William Po'Monkey Seabury runs this place, as he has since 1963, and he makes the rules.
How long has this been a business?
I've been in this place 58 years. I'm 74.
How did you get into this business?
I just got into it. Something I like to do, and everybody come here and enjoy themselves. No problem.
Please explain this policy. You know, no hats backwards and no pants hanging down. What is
That's
that?
right, that's right. If you don't like my rule, don't come, cause.
What are the rules here? No rap music.
No. I'm about that bumper, bumper, bumper. I don't like that stuff. Give me a headache in the brain. I love all blues. All of it good to me, as long as it's blues.
Good R&B?
That's right, that's right.
But no rap?
No, no.
Never? Even if Kanye West wants to rent out the place, you gonna rent it to him?
Yeah, I'd rent it to him.
Okay, just in case.
So I ain't got time to war with them and keep down all this old bullshit. If you ain't come for a good time, stay away from me.
Words to live by. Well, thank you, sir. I love your place, and thank you for having us.
Well, you got to come back again.
Oh, I surely will.
I'll find somebody to get naked with you.
Uh-oh.
Okay, DJ, you can kick it back off.
Mama's a bad girl and she's bad. Thursday night, don't forget about it. Karma Radio.
Thursday night is family night at Po'Monkey's. Mostly locals, a mixed bag. The music is classic R&B and pre-disco soul. The attitude, loose. Just familiarize yourself with those rules and there won't be a problem. In the cities of the North, where I come from, in some ways we've been able to buy ourselves free from our past. New arrivals pour in with no memory of the ugly parts of our history. We can afford the luxury of the new. We can live in comfortable bubbles or apartments high in the sky. In many ways, more separate than at any time in history. But for Mississippi, the past is right there to see, still present. And coming to terms with it, not an abstract discussion, but the daily business of life.
beautiful, right? We can really indulge ourselves into something special on such a beautiful day.
Pony ride.
Absolutely. Now we're coming to your most beautiful fascination side of Russian legacy, the birches.
Ah, the forest of birch.
Ah, what a place.
All hail the maximum leader. Now, let's dance.
Okay, thank you.
Well.
I took a walk through this beautiful world. Felt the cool rain on my shoulder. Found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha-la-la-la-la, sha-la-la-la-la-la, sha-la-la-la-la, sha-la-la-la-la.
Whatever you think of this guy, his dead, effectless eyes, his smooth, pulled tight like a snare drum face, he ain't going anywhere. Look at him. He's the Russian Superman, the KGB middle manager, desk jockey, turned expression of Greater Russia's hopes and dreams. He lets no opportunity to take his shirt off pass him by. Pose with a large gun, he's there. And no matter how transparently autocratic, vengeful, oblivious to even a thin veneer of democracy, Russians love him. They seem to feel about him like New Yorkers used to feel about Giuliani. He may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. It's February 2014, and the Sochi Olympics are just coming up when I arrive in Moscow. It's a different Moscow every time I come here. The 80s style, go-go, capitalist, conspicuous consumption, see who can spend the most money, disco, techno thing I encountered when I first came here back in 2001, it's still going strong. In fact, these days, Moscow has one of the highest concentrations of billionaires in the world. But as never before, it's Imperial Russia now, a one-man rule. All power emanates. Every decision must consider this guy. Russia is full of characters with murky pasts and shadowy connections. But one of them I've called a friend for more than a decade.
Tony.
Oh,
wow.
I guess I'm switching to vodka. Samir.
Ah, yeah.
All right, brother. Now, my concern is, back in the day, this place was famous for all of the rooms were bugged.
Not anymore, I'm sorry.
Oh, really? I'm really sorry about
Times
that.
change.
Poor Zamir, my longtime crony, he tries at least to be diplomatic about these things. I mean, he's got to live here, right? He doesn't want prussic acid on his blintsies.
Given the new enlightened, the liberalized, forward-thinking Russia, they've removed the surveillance devices.
Listen, as a born Muscovite, I'm trying to be a good patriot. So I really want you to tell me frankly, in a week from now, Zamir, now I understand why stereotypes sometimes send the bad message about Russia.
I have an open mind. Everything's great. Russia does anything they want.
Listen, why don't we just taste the awesome?
Let's get up.
Oh, spasibo, thank you. The most gorgeous women are in Russia. Welcome to Russia. На здоровье. I'm trying to be kind of sober. United we stand.
I prepared today special for you Russian tapas.
Russian tapas.
Especially for vodka drinking. with the small pancakes like blinis.
Nice.
Then Astrakhan caviar. It looks like a winter. Salted cucumber with honey. This is a Baltic sprouts, smoked one with a beetroot. And this one is a muksun. This is a white fish.
White fish
frozen with Maldon salt and a little bit pepper, and you can eat raw.
Thank you, chef.
Yeah.
I'm hitting the caviar and the blini.
Uy. Maybe some more vodka. Thank you. And your smile makes it like feel like it's water. What do you think? What is the perception of Mr. Putin these days? After 14 years, he's in power.
My perception?
Personal.
Do you really want to hear it?
I'm not sure, but let's see.
A former mid-level manager in a large corporation, short. I think that's very important. Short. Who has found himself master of the universe. And like a lot of short people, if you piss him off, bad things happen to you. He likes to take his shirt off a lot.
Let's be serious. I mean,
He strikes me as a businessman.
He is.
A businessman with an ego. Okay, so he's like Donald Trump, but shorter.
I think my friend needs some kind of booze. To you, comrade. Like this, you know.
You can have that one. I'll get the next one.
Ooh. I'm serious about your 1 week stay in Russia. I want you to enjoy every minute of it. I hope you'll get something new, positive to learn and share around the world. That's my mission. Okay, Tony, so your new experience, right? Being part of the opposition rally.
This is nothing new for me. Blows against the empire, street fighting man, that's me. I go way back with this. I marched on the Pentagon with my dad when I was a kid.
Seriously?
Yeah.
So you're well prepared. It could be a little bit physical and brutal today.
I don't know, but that dog goes aiming for my nutsack. My day as a dissident will be over quickly.
There is opposition to Putin, but it's a mixed bag. And if you do see a demonstration like this one, it is with permission, along a planned route, carefully managed, and the cops and security tend to outnumber the demonstrators.
Phones, metal stuff goes up. The main topic of this rally is to support the political prisoners. Last May, when they came to protest against Putin's re-election, which allegedly was a little bit rigged.
The election results were, shall we say, dubious.
Some of them were arrested and put in prison, and some of them are still there.
Divide and conquer? Well, look who's showed up today. Everybody from human rights activists to ultra-right-wing nationalists who think Putin's been too soft.
Putin is not right-wing enough for them.
No, he's like a liberal to them. He doesn't the Jews and immigrant workers.
Right. I'm sort of shocked that these guys are at the same demonstration.
Russians, they're not united around one political agenda, so...
The only thing that's uniting this group right now is general unhappiness with Putin.
That's it.
Bad things seem to happen to critics of Vladimir Putin. Journalists, activists, even powerful oligarchs, once seemingly untouchable, are now fair game if they displease the leader.
So, we were supposed to be dining at another restaurant this evening, and when they heard that you would be joining me, we were uninvited.
Should I be concerned about having dinner with you?
This is a country of corruption. And if you have business, you are in a very unsafe situation. Everybody can press you and destroy your business. That's it. This is a system.
Meet Boris Nemtsov. He was deputy prime minister under Yeltsin and today is one of Putin's most vocal critics. This restaurant was kind enough to take us in. But the chef is a Brit, so maybe he has less reason to worry.
First course, gentlemen.
At Yornik Restaurant, they're serving their own versions of Dino-era Russian classics. A modern riff on borscht. Typically a chunky, hearty, beaten cabbage broth with chunks of meat, here it's a puree with a more elegant, shall we say, deconstructed presentation.
Critics of the government, critics of Putin, bad things seem to happen to them.
Yes, unfortunately, existing power represent, let I say, Russia of 19th century, not of 21st.
Critics of Putin, beware. Oligarch Mikhail Khodorkovsky accused Putin of corruption and wound up spending 10 years in prison and labor camps. Alexander Litvinenko accused state security services of organizing a coup to put Putin in power. He was poisoned by a lethal dose of radioactive polonium. And Viktor Yushchenko, the former Ukrainian president, poisoned, disfigured, and nearly killed by a toxic dose of dioxin. I'm not saying official Russian bodies had anything to do with it, but it's mighty suspicious.
I don't think you need to be a conspiracy theorist to say whoever did this very much wanted everyone to know who done it. Everybody understands.
Yeah, of course.
And everybody is meant to understand.
Yeah, everybody understands. Everybody understands everything.
Right.
In this country.
When you're talking classic conspiracy theories and classically Russian-style paranoia, you want some classic Russian food to go along with it. Pelmeni, minced beef dumplings served on a pillow of cabbage with sour cream.
Very good. Maybe the most extreme and visible example of how things seem to work here is the Sochi Olympics.
If you look at the map of Russian Federation, it's difficult to find a sport without snow and ice at all. But Putin did.
But it seems like a pretty obvious question. I mean, if we wanted to hold our Winter Olympics in Miami, presumably someone would say, isn't it a little warm there?
This is absolutely personal Putin project.
Right.
They spent more than $50 billion, which is the most expensive games in the history of mankind.
$26,000 a seat for the curling stadium to build.
For a seat. Putin rode from Adler to Krasnaya Polyana, which is 30 miles. Price for that, $9 billion US. This is a road, right? It's 3 times expensive than American program flying to Mars.
And who got many of those contracts for the roads and stadiums and infrastructure? Well, there's these guys. Putin's childhood friends and judo partners, the Rottenberg brothers, whose companies received contracts worth upwards of $7 billion. And Putin's associate of 20 years, Vladimir Yakunin, who owns the state railroads. His company received $10 billion worth of contracts.
It's very easy to imagine what's happened with this money.
Right.
And you know who cares in Russia? Just about no one.
This is a case, the Litvinenko case. A known enemy of Putin, stricken with a bout of radioactive polonium. Aren't you concerned?
Me? About myself?
Yeah, you're a pain in the ass.
Tony, I was born here 54 years ago. This is my country. Russian people are in a very big trouble. Russian court doesn't work. Russian education decline every year. And I believe that Russia has a chance to be free. Has a chance. It's difficult, but we must do it.
America. Yeah. All of Russia's eyes are upon you. Bring honor to your clan.
You know what, American? I will break you. I will break you. Союз нерушимый республик свободных. Go. Russia, вперед! Forget about it, we'll bury you! I'll revoke your visa! No! Russia does not surrender!
Oh, the land of the free.
Just missed it by... I was pretty close.
I was actually out here all last night practicing.
You must be kidding me.
While Zamir contemplates a suddenly grimmer future thanks to me, I head out to Rublevka, a compound of luxury homes outside Moscow, to meet Alexander Lebedev. At one time, Alexander was doing great. Former officer of the intelligence services like Putin turned billionaire. He owned pieces of Russia's most powerful energy companies, airlines, and banks, and still publishes the Novaya Gazeta, one of the only opposition newspapers left in Russia. But running a newspaper that's been harshly critical of the ruler has cost him. He's been stripped of nearly everything.
It can be a dangerous thing to do investigative journalism in this country. Your own paper, what, 5 journalists? 6?
Yeah.
Lost their lives?
Yeah, probably the biggest number because there was no war in this country. So in peaceful times, to lose 6 journalists killed, it's quite a lot.
6 journalists murdered, 1 paper, presumably for their reporting on political corruption or human rights abuse. Though pointing a finger directly at the government is impossible, one can say that the climate here is such that what you say can certainly get you killed.
You have at various stages made life difficult for yourself. Business was very good for you, and then you had to have an opinion.
When you interact with the local bureaucracies and judicial system, it still leaves a lot to be desired. Let's put it this way.
Lebedev is now a potato farmer.
That's my production, that's my potato.
The biggest producer in Russia, true, but his billions are gone, and he now lives the life of a mere millionaire.
Let's see, how do you like this one?
Very good.
Some freshly made potato chips that Lebedev is very proud of. And his personal chef prepares Scottish salmon smoked on cherry tree sawdust, served with avocado.
That's very good.
Lately, Lebedev is getting into slow food.
This is cold-pressed cedar tree in Siberia.
Cedar oil?
From corn, from the cedar corn.
But he has not slowed down his profile or kept his mouth shut. Recently, on a Russian talk show, he got in an argument over the financial crisis with another guest. A heated argument. He ended up smacking the guy.
I saw the incident on television that got you in trouble. I found it very refreshing, actually. I think it's something that political discourse could use more of.
The government took the opportunity to charge him with politically motivated hooliganism, a charge that could have resulted in a penalty of 5 years in prison. He has instead been convicted of battery. He's working off his sentence painting fences and shoveling snow.
I mean, sitting on a bench and expecting to spend the next 5 years in prison with 2 small kids, it's not always, you know, very nice, but the guy said something very bad. He said, those who don't have a billion, go yourself.
Though his victim did not register an official complaint, the message, I think, was clear.
The charges were pressed by the Russian state, which is pretty funny, because this is a private accusation.
It's dangerous. Very dangerous to criticize or investigate or speculate. Why? Why do you care?
Do you really think you can defeat it? No. So what are you doing? I hope. Hopefully, reason would prevail.
No, it's the KGB. They're blocking your signal.
I think they're just listening to it. I don't know.
I'm sure that they are, believe it or not. I'm quite sure you've had someone on your tail the entire time you've been here.
What's rock and roll supposed to be about other than cars and girls and aggression? About dissent, about rebellion, right? In Russia, where everything is supposed to be just fine, that could be a dangerous position. Travis Leak is an expat American who manages this band, Luna. Ruben Kazarian is Luna's guitarist and songwriter.
What we have now here is the facade, and it's very nice. We have elections, democracy, courts, but all this doesn't work as it should. So what prevents right now in Russia to speak freely? Formally nothing, but in reality a lot of things.
Let's talk about MTV. So Rebel Music, as I understand it, was an MTV television series whose fundamental principle was to celebrate bands who say difficult things in environments where there might be repercussions. And as I understand it, your band was chosen for one of 7 episodes.
Correct.
And in fact, one of your songs was used as the title track for the series.
So I get a letter from the producer, and essentially it says, because of political pressure, the Russia episode has been removed from the Rebel Music series.
According to the producer, MTV Russia pushed back on the content. She presumes because of the negative impact it would have on them and their ability to do business on a day-to-day basis in Russia. MTV's official reason for removing Luna from the series is that they simply did not have enough time to air all the stories they filmed.
This was a documentary series about musicians standing up and risking their lives in some cases,
Right.
to stand up against government abuse of power, government corruption, and yet a foreign government was able to editorially control what American viewers see on their TV screens. That to me is a scandal of epic proportion. This entire documentary is gone.
Luna's song is the title track to the series, but their episode never happened.
The rest of Russia is very, very different than Moscow. I mean, here you drive around, it's like Bentley, Ferrari, Maserati. You know, you go to buy a pair of shoes, you pick up a Bentley on the way out. You tour a lot in Russia. What do you see?
We see a lot of problems. We see that the level of the living is very low. There's something in rock music that unites everybody. It's something beyond politics. It's certain energy, and this energy is the same in every country, in every city. We have rock music. We are common people. We're like you.
We are going to the hometown of President Putin, St. Petersburg. He was born there,
right?
Started his career.
The night train to St. Petersburg is one of the great fun things to do in Russia. Roll on great steel wheels through the night, through dark forests of birch and snow. Out there in the dark, visible for a second or two at a time, the real Russia, the one most Russians live in.
So, Tony, time to enjoy life.
Ooh, the gentle chicken meat.
Really? I need something gentle, Tony.
Do you see Krushin and ratatouille?
Ratatouille.
May I propose a toast?
Let's go for
to
it.
gentle chicken meats.
Pro tip, if the word gentle is used on a menu, avoid those items and stick to the classics. Like blini with caviar and cold pickled herring and potatoes, and solyanka, the soup of sturgeon, salmon, olives, and lemon.
Is healthcare free anymore in this country?
Well, officially, they say it's free, but if you want to get operation within a month and you can't wait, you won't get it. There's a long line of those.
And how about education?
Up to the high school, it's still free. The quality is not best as it used to be. People used to get a lot of things for free. Now it's coming to an end.
You asked for capitalism, you got it, buddy. According to Reaganomics, There's the trickle-down theory, okay?
Yeah.
So that means that if I make lots and lots and lots and lots of money, that money will somehow trickle down to you. You know, my masseur, my garage attendant, my aromatherapist. They, of course, will be making money. I will be buying more things for various wives and prostitutes. In this way, I don't exactly share the wealth, but I trickle it down. And if you don't like your job,
what can you do then?
Mopping my feces spattered walls or cleaning up my dead prostitutes, you could leave your job at Walmart and become a billionaire like me. Or you make a porn film, then you go on a reality show and you become really, really rich. For doing nothing. It's fantastic.
Tony, I'm convinced. I think you know what you're doing in life, man.
Did you put on your jammies?
Uh-huh.
I just want to state for the record, just because you're in the top bunk, that's no indication of any relationship that we may or may not have.
You and me have to be very careful when we're in public, and if we bring up subjects like this, there could be some different repercussions. You know, tolerance never existed in Russia. That's why when just recently people started to come out in Russia, like lesbians and gays, they were either fired from the jobs or were given like hard time to exist.
Well, what about Tchaikovsky?
They try not to acknowledge it by saying he was a great musician, so...
He was a great musician who liked to have sex with other men.
That's what people are not meant to learn in school.
And that's the former Winter Palace.
You remember what happened in October 1917?
Everybody came charging through, charged up the steps, and looted the Winter Palace.
And Kerensky, who was in charge of interim government, had to put on his female outfit to escape the revolutionary peasants.
That wouldn't go over well these days.
Right. Not anymore.
Recently, in the run-up to the Sochi Olympics, attention has been drawn to a wave of rabidly homophobic remarks by public officials. Images of gay and lesbian activists being beaten and harassed in the street, often with official or semi-official consent. And a new law, which claims to forbid promoting homosexual propaganda to minors, but which can be interpreted any way the authorities choose.
What's happening here? What's going on?
Oh my God. I don't know what's going on. Every day I ask myself, what's going on? What's going on?
Do you have to be afraid?
No, I have nothing to lose. So I can be myself. I'm nobody in social system, and I understand it.
Artist and filmmaker Xenia Robrek is a brave young woman. She's openly gay. Lately, the actual hunting of gay people has been documented. Violent skinhead gangs who contact gay men and women online, arrange meetings under false pretenses, then violently ambush them. There have been very few prosecutions.
Увольнений, убийств.
Even you can get killed for this.
Our local fixer, Dasha, helps translate.
Ksenia had a situation once when the skinheads attacked her on the street.
Not only once.
And not only once.
This new law, it prohibits propaganda.
Amongst minors.
Это как про советскую пропаганду. В то время сидели за все что угодно под соусом этого.
It's like about anti-Soviet propaganda.
Right.
During that
It
war.
means
You
whatever.
can go to jail for anything.
It means whatever they want it to mean.
Yes. We look how many gay families we have with kids, and those people are in maximum stress right now because their families might be ruined.
Right.
We rightly see this as outrageous. The Russian public, however, it's very likely a vote-getter. A cynical pandering to a powerful and enduring vein of deep-seated homophobia that goes way, way back.
What do you think the source of this hatred is?
It's not about Russian Orthodox Church.
Okay.
It's about political structure. It's about power. We have two Russias.
Okay. What are they?
Big, like a big bear.
Not very sophisticated and based on instincts country.
Okay.
И страна мыслителей.
And the other side is the country of intelligent people, thoughtful people.
A lot of these political leaders, are they using the issue of gay rights to appeal to a larger audience?
They try to play with bear.
Right, because usually what happens when you play with the bear is tomorrow or the next day or the next day, the bear eats you.
Yeah.
Are you hopeful?
Это об ответственности.
It's about responsibility.
Руки опускать нельзя.
We should never give up.
Farm to table in Russia? Organic? Local? Why, yes, there are those who are trying. Sergei Shnurov is a very popular musician and leader of the band Leningrad. Leningrad was banned in Moscow, purportedly for promoting alcoholism.
Cheers.
На здоровье, за знакомство.
This is Sergei's wife, Matilda. Together, they've opened this restaurant, Coco, with the mission to bring genuinely local, quality Russian food to diners.
We opened this restaurant 1 year ago, which will work only with local seasonal farmers' food. And we are the first who did it.
In all of Russia?
Yes, in all of Russia.
Игорь, рад.
Traditional combination, rye bread and Russian fish.
Chef Igor Grishekin's version of sushi. Instead of rice, more traditional Russian black bread with sprats, mackerel, cod liver, and salmon caviar. Old school, but looks new school.
When I first came here, 2001, the best restaurant in Moscow was a nightmare of French, Japanese ingredients, recipes from nowhere.
В 2000-х, конце 90-х, начале 2000-х.
Everyone hated Russia, wanted to be someone else.
Second course?
Wow.
Pearl barley, lightly smoked raw beef, topped with quail egg.
Very interesting combination.
Very nice. What's the most popular thing? What do people want?
The most popular, it's Italian, Japanese cuisine, and karaoke.
And karaoke. Like,
Yes.
Sounds like a nightmare.
fusion, Tony, that's the word.
Cheers.
Ah, that was good.
Before Putin, before Gorbachev, Khrushchev, Stalin, and Lenin, there was this, Imperial Russia. Mighty palaces spread across the empire, where the very, very few lived in unimaginable luxury.
That's Paul, Tsar Paul.
While their people worked and starved.
Didn't work out so well for Paul, did it?
Not really.
They choked the dude to death, right?
Actually, he was strangled with a piece of cord.
The czars of previous centuries were certainly living the good life. Money no object when it came to personal comfort or luxurious lodgings. And today's imperial powers seem not far behind. Putin allegedly had $1 billion palace built for him. We couldn't license the actual smuggled photo, but our artist rendering looks like this. A Putin spokesman dismissed all this, telling the New York Times, "We have Congress halls built for the Kremlin, but if you call all of them Putin's palace, it is nothing but absurd."
Oh, vodka. Haven't tasted that before. So what would I be doing on my outing if I were a czar? Looking for some kulaks to oppress or?
Hunting, enjoying life.
We're picking up some good speed here.
Oh, okay.
Some have suggested that Russia is, after all this time, coming full circle. A tiny, tiny minority in possession of nearly unlimited power and wealth.
The idea of running up the steps and disemboweling royals, I could easily imagine myself doing that. It would not take much convincing.
Wow, that's a pleasant surprise.
I would hurl them all into the sea tomorrow.
After the revolution, in a blunt force strategy designed to even things out, the government seized private residences, dividing them into little pieces and portioning them out to the masses who were swarming in from the countryside to serve the new, industrialized Soviet Union.
I never had any dreams of growing up in socialist wonderland. Like when I was a brief period where I was a hippie, the idea of living in a commune, not attractive to me.
I was born in a communal flat with 3 other families, sharing one John, one kitchen.
No way.
They would feed me when I had no food.
No way. I share my toilet with no man.
Take the first left, please.
Meet Yuri, human rights activist, professor of journalism, one of 26 tenants living together in this communal apartment. An arrangement basically unchanged since Soviet times.
Just in case you change your mind. And
it's here that I see for the first time a glimpse of my friend Amir's mysterious past. Growing up in a home just like this one.
In Russia, normally people dip your bread into this canned shit and like this.
So this was normal for you growing up?
Yeah.
Little juniors?
I wouldn't drink booze until probably 22, but I'll show you how it works.
So who decided who moved into these places?
Советских граждан. Обычно
So those who were in charge of this specific communal services and residential department would assign X amount of to this plan, to that plan.
Did you get to choose your neighbors, though? No, I guess not.
Мы увидим старые избы, старые дома.
In the Soviet Union and in the present-day Russia, there's never been a reason to create infrastructure to make people's life better. No one really cared about the people, and they should have decent toilet or shower.
So how's it going lately? Better, worse?
Давайте я обозначу не 10 лет, а вот тот период.
So Vladimir Putin changed the whole landscaping in the country. First of all, he started to cramp down on the human rights, on the democratic rights. The most recent laws and changes in the constitution bring up the old Soviet Union type of structure in the country.
So what happens next?
Вы знаете, я очень боюсь. Ну, я уже старый.
A year before the Soviet Union collapsed, he would never believe in any wildest dreams that it could happen. Nowadays, he thinks it's a similar situation. It looks like a stable, people are busy, money made, rich cars, but it can't go on like this for too long. So Yuri predicts it could be in a similar overnight collapsing situation. So there is some hope.
You're due for some major renovations.
Just another crisp morning in St. Petersburg.
Neva River, ice fishing paradise.
Yeah, wouldn't go out on that. You'd have not for $1 million, man. Not now.
Not now.
So, not now. It's totally unstable.
Lessons of history.
Where are we?
Peter and Paul's fortress, which used to be a burial place for the Romanovs, who were a little bit executed in 1917.
They were very
whatever they
executed.
found.
Originally built to defend against the marauding Swedes. God, I hate those marauding Swedes. The Peter and Paul fortress was overrun by the Bolsheviks during the revolution. So the 100-year anniversary of what is coming up?
Great October Socialist Revolution in 3 years
in 3
from
years.
now. So I smell with that disparity gap in the society, very rich and very poor, that someone might bring up the masses back to the Winter Palace and storm it again. Like 100 years, nothing changed.
Every day at noon, without fail, this D-30 122mm howitzer is fired to commemorate the revolution.
Ready to load. Loaded. Very solemn moment. Moment of truth, Tony, for you. Come up. Attention. 1, 2, 4.
Sweet.
Enemy is distracted. Congratulations, you are the hero of Russia now.
Sweet.
You can't take it on the plane, though. They won't understand.
No. Don't even carry on? Since the filming of this show, a number of things have happened. Putin's Sochi Olympics, a blatant exercise of political muscle and a financial boondoggle the size unheard of in history, went off as planned. Russia won many gold medals, the most of any country in competition, which was really all that mattered. A few journalists complained about the bathrooms, but that is all but forgotten. More than $50 billion of mostly public money gone. Ukraine rose up and their despotic pro-Putin president ran away. As if a foregone conclusion, Russia, in broad daylight, has recently annexed the Crimea, and as I'm writing this, is massing tens of thousands of troops on the border of Ukraine. The world has done nothing. It will do nothing. As Vladimir well knew, he wins again. I remember the moment I first realized I'd been living my whole life in black and white. It was like discovering a color I never knew existed before. A whole new crayon box full of colors. That was it for me. From then on, there was no putting the pieces back together, no going home. Things were different now. Asia had ruined me for my old life.
I took a walk through this beautiful world. Felt the cool rain on my shoulder. Found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la.
Whiskey for farmer.
Oh, that's good. This guy's trying to kill us.
They make more than 100 bottles a day, so 30,000 bottles. That's a lot of. That's a lot of. Did I do that right?
Yeah.
Or have I had too many whiskeys?
How did this happen? How did I get here? Coming into focus, the man across the table. He looks familiar. Maybe, if I can remember who he is, it'll be a clue as to where I am.
Okay.
Right, Andy. Andy Ricker. The white guy who cooks awesome Thai food.
Is it pretty spicy? Put that in there.
The Pok Pok in Portland, restaurants in New York. Andy's made a name for himself faithfully reproducing the cuisine of Northern Thailand. The good stuff that comes from places like here. Rice country. Chiang Mai province. In this part of the world, you live and die by the harvest. Thai food is intensely regional, and Northern Thailand in particular has many distinctive features. This is a world of fresh, delicious, spicy, meaty, salty, sour, sweet, bitter. Often with a just-picked herby dimension. And always, the most vital thing, giver of life, sticky rice. Andy here is constantly back and forth from America to Thailand for nearly 25 years now, looking for recipes, techniques, digging deeper and deeper into an amazingly complex and widely misunderstood cuisine. And getting his ass chastised by a few aunties as he goes.
Okay.
On this trip, Andy's working on a new cookbook, investigating the eating and drinking culture of the region. Which might be why he thought of me, and why we're drinking Shine for breakfast. Where there's food, there's also going to be booze.
Oh, chok di krap.
And likely, a lot of it.
Oh, it's good. This is nemprik ong. You make a chili paste with chilies, garlic, shallot, shrimp paste, and tomatoes. And then you mix it with pork.
That's for you. Okay.
Oh, yeah. And then amprik is awesome.
Isn't it delicious? This rice is grown here in the village. You just kind of make a little spoon-shaped ball with it.
Now, what's the famous greeting? Is it, have you eaten yet, or have you had rice?
It's both. Literally, it means, have you eaten rice yet? But what it really means is, how's it going?
It is assumed that if you haven't eaten yet, things are not going well. If you've eaten, rice is such a fundamental component.
Eating is synonymous with eating rice. To eat a meal without rice would be unthinkable.
What makes their whiskey special?
ทำมาจากข้าว
Because of the flavoring that they add to it.
Conveniently, our hosts, in addition to having provided us with a fine meal, just so happen to run a distillery out back.
They use a spice mixture they add to the yeast balls, let it ferment for 5 days, and then she smashes it with a wood mallet.
Thai rice whiskey, lao khao, bucket of hooch, whatever you want to call it, this stuff is a delightful beverage that tastes better and smoother, apparently, the more you drink.
Uh-oh, here we go. Sneaky, sneaky. Woo. Oof.
Well.
And then fried fish. I believe it's called Nile tilapia or Nile carp. They just salt the hell out of it and then deep fry it.
Good stuff.
First one, same gasoline.
Yeah.
Fine. Oh.
Yeah.
This guy's trying to kill us.
Yeah.
Okay.
ขอบคุณมากครับแม่
For my answer.
Yes, for your uncle, yes. 69 years old.
Good.
He drinks half a bottle every day.
So it's pretty much the Keith Richards health and preservation plan. All right, I'm going to get healthy too.
The whiskey, I have to say, is taking hold in some clinically fascinating ways.
Funny.
I lost the plot.
That's okay.
It all comes back to me as the world shifts, untilts.
Oh, yeah.
I know I've been looking out a whole lot of hotel windows these days, struggling to figure out where I am.
Okay.
Being here, throwing back shots of rice whiskey with these guys, I know I'm back in Thailand. Not just Thailand, but Northern Thailand. Once known as Kingdom of a Million Rice Fields, it's a fertile, green, and gorgeous area, home of the ancient Lana people. Welcome to Chiang Mai Province, tucked up near the borders of Burma, China, Laos, India not too far away. All of them have left their mark on the food.
Here's the local hooch, Lao Khao.
And if you're eating here, chances are you're also drinking.
Ugh. Compared to the stuff we had this morning, this is substantially more harsh, I would say, and less fragrant.
The village of Mae On. And this place is called Him Tang.
How did you find this place, Ben? We're in the middle of nowhere.
It's a very popular place.
A restaurant showcasing one of the distinguishing elements of Northern Thai cuisine, the heavy use of animal protein.
You see the local people, they're lining up. Here in Northern Thailand, pig reigns supreme. So most of the stuff we're eating here is made out of pig.
Okay, so what did you order?
Grilled pigtail.
That sounds superb. Yeah.
Yep. And then we ordered some saiua, Northern Thai herbal pork sausage.
Oh yeah, I'm on that.
Brain, some pig's brain.
Yeah, I'm not a big brain fan. A custardy sort of texture, coupled with a sort of nutty taste. Frankly, I'd sooner grab a big handful of nutsack, so to speak.
It's mixed with a curry paste and some herbs and stuff, thrown into a banana leaf and then grilled. It's like eating scrambled eggs. You'll love it. Then we ordered lu, raw blood soup.
Raw? What do you mean? If they don't cook it in the...
They do not cook the blood.
They put it into a hot soup.
No. This is raw blood.
Really?
There's two kinds that you can get here. One is the addition of ki-on, which means young shit. So it's basically the partially digested juice that's made from when a cow eats grass. Shit juice is not.
Oh, jeez.
Exactly, yeah.
No.
I did not order that. We're not having that.
Okay, but we're not having that.
We're not having that.
Okay. I'm thinking we'll stick to the plain blood soup. Thank you very much.
And the way that they make it is they take the raw blood and they scrunch it with lemongrass for a long time. Because that kind of kills the gamey flavor of the blood, helps with the coagulation, and adds flavor. And then they actually make chopped lab, the minced meat salad, but it's raw. That goes in. A whole bunch of deep-fried krung nai, or innards.
ถ้าลูกที่ลำที่สุดก็ฮักตัวถึงได้ทำมา17 ปีเนี่ยบะหมี่ท่อเลย
Here it is. Ooh.
You're not kidding. That's like a horror movie. It's like CSI soup. I'm eating out of an open wound. Actually, that's completely delicious.
It's utterly delicious. And that makes you look like a vampire. It's quite spicy. You can taste the chilies. It doesn't really taste like blood. It just kind of tastes sweet and rich. Let's see if we can change your mind about brains.
Delicious. I'm not lying.
This is delicious.
Anyone would just completely love this.
If you eat too much of this, you'll go blind. That's what they think.
Yeah, they said that about off, and I'm still here.
It has to do with parasites and all kinds
What,
of shit.
huh?
Can I tell you some stories about
Whoa,
this?
whoa, whoa, back up there, Buckaroo.
Yeah, we've got
parasites?
About 2 or 3 years ago, and a whole family in Nan province, all 7 of them died.
Oh, that's really, you probably should have told me that during the appetizer course, okay? Honestly, it's the best meal I've ever had in Thailand. Ever.
I'm super happy to hear that.
I'd eat it out of Chris Christie's jockstrap on a hot summer day. This is CNN.
Oh, God.
In Chiang Mai, you can move in and out. From the quiet green of the countryside to just a few miles away, the madness and chaos of Chiang Mai City, second largest in Thailand. Spirituality, reflection, the serene beauty of the rice paddy, village life. Maybe next episode, Farang. This time it's all about consuming medically inadvisable amounts of food and drink. If Thailand is one of the best countries to eat in,
cheers,
then Chiang Mai is a particularly good city to find yourself hungry.
Oh, that's your frog.
That's the frog. It's basically taking that frog, grill him first, hack it up, fry the living bollocks out of it with garlic.
There's almost an inverse relationship. Like, the more hideous looking the dish, the more delicious it is.
As you probably noticed by now, the food here is not pad thai or green curry chicken. There are complex layers of flavor, sophisticated balances, spicy, sour, a little bitter, salty, herby. Color and texture are important. Crispy, soft, cold, hot. It's exactly this interplay between elements that makes Northern Thai food so thrilling and so addictive.
This place is called Lab Gao Cham Cha. Lab is the dish that they're known for, which is the mincemeat salad.
Now, what's that furry material there?
That's one of the many stomachs of the cow. It might be the 3rd stomach. It's bitter. It means it has just a little bit of the bile. The gentleman over there, Uncle, he's the lob master. They win lob competitions.
Oh, yeah?
They're killing it. They're supporting the whole damn family. The woman who just took her order,
right?
Her family, and her husband, who's the guy who's the cashier, the uncles, and aunties. When it gets really busy, the rest of the family comes and helps.
You famously said that you hate the word authentic. What does that word mean?
Depends on the context. If you're in the United States and you say a traditional authentic Thai restaurant, to me that has come to mean a standard Thai restaurant in America, that menu. When you come here, authentic is if you're the daughter of the woman who made this, then to you this is the most authentic version of that dish. If you're from Nan province, you still make la, but it doesn't taste like this. It's a little bit different.
The slop's amazing.
Friday night, and Chiang Mai comes alive.
Thailand, we welcome, we love you.
Andy has promised a compressed eating and drinking grand tour of the city, a bounce by tuk-tuk from one place to the other until we simply can't take it no more. Next stop, it ain't Flavor Town. It's someplace beyond that, man. Way beyond.
Welcome to Thailand and happy stay here in Chiang Mai.
On your mark, get set, go.
Pick up. Cheers.
This may surprise you, but I am not an alcoholic. I don't drink at home, ever. There's no beer in my fridge. If I'm not working, I'm not hanging out in bars. But if I was an alcoholic and I did hang in bars, I'd hang here.
Some karaoke, maybe?
Even though the very mention of karaoke makes my blood run cold with fear.
You ordered French fries?
Yes, I did.
Apparently it's a indigenous specialty.
In Thailand, fen phi is probably one of the most popular menu items. They always have food to eat when you drink.
What is this whiskey we're drinking, by the way? I haven't really paid attention.
The whiskey we're drinking here is actually rum.
This guy's good.
It's one of the great things about a place like this. You'll never have to fill your own glass.
That could be me someday, I'm thinking. Things go just a little wrong, I go off the rails. This would be all too attractive. I can well see myself singing Happy Birthday in German to tourists in a hotel bar in Jakarta or Bangkok.
Enjoy my fen phi. I think this is a fantastic discovery. This is gonna stick in my head now. This song.
Chiang Mai at night, and we are well on our way. To where, to what, I don't know, I don't much care. But I do know it's time to eat. In Thailand, it's almost always a time to eat. Oh yes, and drink. We shall be doing that too.
The inevitable ice and beer. Way to drink beer in Southeast Asia.
Beer, you say? Oh, all right. In the interest of research, of course.
You got beer, you got booze, you got ice, you got some grilled meat.
Snackage? Yes, I would like snacks.
They've got pork chin and intestines. You got a spicy dipping sauce. Ah, this is a Chinese liquor.
All right.
Oh.
Tastes like boner medicine.
Yes. It also tastes like a dirty sack.
When did you come to Thailand first?
I believe it was 1987, and I came as a backpacker. It was all about smoking dope on the beach, eating mushrooms, chasing girls, and drinking beer. I had a 3-month ticket, and I ended up staying away for 4 years. Here we go.
So what was the dish? There's a dish in every traveler's life where they just said, okay, my previous life is not going to be enough for me anymore,
There's a particular mushroom. They make soup out of it. It was unlike anything I'd ever had in my life.
When I first came out to this part of the world, those noodles, I knew right then. I'm not joking. It wasn't the girls, it wasn't the beaches, the noodles, the greasy bottle of fish sauce, and the smell. There's this terrible moment where you realize, I can't share this. That's it.
About 5 seconds, we're going to go past a woman who has a cowboy hat on.
ตอนแรกไฟมันส่องตาค่ะก็ได้ใส่บวกพอใส่บวกแล้วลูกค้าก็รู้ว่าใส่ร้านใส่บวกอย่างนี้ก็เลยเป็นเอกลักษณ์ค่ะ
The lady with the hat stands out among the dozens of street vendors across from the old city's North Gate.
The best cow kamu, or stewed pork leg in the city. Potentially none finer in Thailand.
Yeah, are we doing that?
Well.
For years, she's been serving this, khao kamu, slowly stewed pork.
She cooks it in a master sauce, you know, the Chinese master sauce, where you're cooking it the same thing. It probably goes back at least a generation.
It's like sherry. There's a little bit of the original batch still in there.
Exactly.
She's hacking wet meat all day, and there's like not a drop on the frilly.
This is the sauce that goes with it. It's kind of like a sour chili sauce. And then you got to have some of these pickled mustard greens too, pak dong.
That's really tasty.
This place is famous as hell. Like half the people here are tourists, probably Chinese tourists.
ค่ะตอนนี้ก็พูดถึงเยอะค่ะคนจีนนี่ทั้งประเทศเลยค่ะเวลาคนกินแล้วบอกว่าอร่อยแล้วก็มีความสุขค่ะ
Let's do it.
You want to stick your feet in some fish water?
No.
No.
All right, let's go, guys. I need to stop at a sports bar. I need to have some chicken wings. I need to have some like fried mozzarella sticks. I need to go to a gun range.
More beer, more food.
If you go on the sidewalk, it'll take us like 10 minutes to get 50 feet. Kind of stay to your right and don't get killed.
What was I saying? Oh yes, beer loves crispy. Beer loves salty. Beer loves fatty. Spicy, salty, fried, together. Happiness.
Oh, okay. No beer.
Okay, what are they drinking?
They're drinking water.
Clear kidney cleaning water. So good. It's so important to a healthy lifestyle. I'd imagine.
Midnight Nam Prik Noom. That's what you do after you've had a few drinks, maybe a lot of drinks, because what you need, maybe you didn't know you needed it, but you do, is Nam Prik, Thai chili dip.
Yeah, Nam Prik is what the vast majority of Thai people who live in America, who come to Thailand to visit, who go back, end up getting busted at the airport for trying to bring in.
We get two kinds, Nam Prik Thai Dang.
It's a combination of chilies, garlic, shrimp paste, dried fish.
And this.
Colloquially known as Midnight Nam Prik Noom.
Made from roasted green chilies. Accompanied by God's preferred delivery systems for beer-friendly goodness.
Yeah?
Yeah,
I'm on that.
A whole bunch of deep-fried little salty, meaty, delicious things. Yes, please.
Oh, and
some eggs.
Kai Tom.
Yes?
And oh yes, something I've loved from the first mouthful I ever had, right here in Chiang Mai all those years ago. Thai pork sausage.
Crispy, meaty, salty.
I love it. I want to rub it all over my body. And this sausage is so amazing. It's somehow the thing you need right now. This is totally the thing I need right now. Oh, it's so good. Okay, come to me, my love, right now. You big, nasty, unfamiliar, semi-cooked egg. Oh, it's so good.
I once wrote, your body isn't a temple, it's an amusement park. Enjoy the ride. But that was before I had a daughter and a respectable job at CNN. So when that little voice in my head said, call it a night, quit while you're ahead, I probably should have listened. Wait, where did we leave off? Ah, yes, now I remember. bouncing to one bar after another.
We're going that way.
Which way?
That way.
Okay, good.
Andy and I have clearly tucked our way well beyond the threshold of acceptable conduct.
The music. The dance.
But do we call it a night? Quit while we're ahead? No.
We're gonna head over to see a time-honored tradition.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The Lady Boy Cabaret.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, here it is.
Ladyboys, as they're known in Thailand, have led to many an embarrassing moment for the amorous cowboy too buzzed to notice or care much about the details.
My first experience with this kind of atmosphere in Thailand happened in Koh Phangan in 1987. I met this girl and I was like stoked because it was like, oh, she's into me. And like at some point she sat on my lap and she's like, oh, well, I have to go now. I have to go do something. And she gave me a kiss and I was like, I'm in. Right. And the show started.
Forgive a guy for making a mistake. Totally.
Many ladyboys, frankly, are pretty spectacular looking, especially the ones who have breasts.
You know, the women are harsh in the buzz. This should be a guy thing.
Absolutely.
They should have a sports bar. Actually, that's a brilliant idea.
You should bring that to New York.
Okay, if we had a ladyboy show in a sports bar, you could watch football, drink a lot of beer, and around beer number 8, bring out the ladyboys.
Just my luck. At a show like this, what happens?
Like she says.
I end up kissing the one lady boy in Thailand who looks like Ernest Borgnine straight on the lips. Of course, I am completely oblivious to the Dayglow white lipstick all over my face. Out of context, photos of me here tonight end up on the internet. This could look bad.
Awesome show. Totally going home alone, by the way. I just want to make sure that's established in the continuity. In spite of all evidence to the contrary. Yeah. Snacks?
Snacks, let's go eat.
This train has long ago come off the rails. One bar after another. It's time Andy and I head to an appropriate follow-up to a night like we've had. More food, quickly. This has become an emergency situation. There it is.
Drunken noodles, dude.
Pad Kimao. is actually not a noodle dish. It's something served with rice.
How can you have drunken noodles with no noodles?
This is what we need, whatever it is.
It's something devised for drunken people to eat.
Oh, that's us.
Something to sop up the roiling tide of Lao Khao sloshing around in my stomach. And I need to sober up in case Ernest Bourdain calls. She said she'd call. I feel so used.
In the north, they love to eat pork here. Look at all the damn chilies. There's a lot of chilies here. We got these fresh red ones. We've got these green ones that were sliced and stir-fried in there. And we've got small green peppers.
สวัสดีค่ะ ชื่อแม่ตุ๊ร้านกระเพราสำหรับคนชอบเผ็ดค่ะ
Whoa, that's hot. Whew. I breathed in, got hit with the chili down the sides of the throat.
Yeah, you know when you've really hit like super hot, but when you feel like you're having a brain hemorrhage? It's like an ice cream headache, but it's like a pepper headache.
Yeah, and your vision starts to tunnel out.
And you're halfway through, and you're aware that your hair is just burst into flames.
That perfect balance of pain and pleasure and more pain. Brain flooding with endorphins, and all is well with the world. Until tomorrow morning.
So, dude, I've had a couple of cocktails. I think we should like totally get like tattooed tomorrow, man.
Magic tattoos.
Time for bed.
So I woke up in a state of confusion and deep concern after inadvertently making out with Ernest Bourdain last night. I spiraled into some identity crisis. Inadvertently making out with Ernest Bourdain, I'd like to say. Yeah, it was very traumatic. I need to go to a strip club and watch a football game, mow the lawn, and barbecue all at the same time. I'll mow somebody else's lawn. And I don't mean that in a figurative way. I can't talk, it hurts to talk. Oh. You know, if every region has sort of an iconic dish, you're talking Northern Thailand, Chiang Mai, this is it. Hearty broth of curry, coconut, noodles, and spices. I am all over that. Oh, yeah. They eat some more onions. The boys at the bar tonight are gonna be in for a surprise if they move in for a smooch. God damn, that's good.
I'm a big believer in a healthy, nutritious breakfast. It's the most important meal of the day. My doctor said that. Of course, he also said that just about everything I love and hold dear is killing me, so what does he know?
Attention hippies, this is a salad. Green papaya salad, that's not really a local thing, that's a Pakistan thing, but I couldn't resist. Spicy papaya salad, some cow soy, and I gotta find a Catholic church. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. I kissed a man on the mouth. Oh, it burns like the fires of hell. Burn away, sin, burn away.
Okay, last meal time, last lap. Stagger across the finish line.
Meow.
Andy's favorite spot in Chiang Mai, a family-run restaurant named Auntie Deng's Hammered Meat. And the jokes pretty much write themselves, folks.
อันนี้คิดจูอ่ะ3 ปีละประมาณสักเดือน
No, every year. Every year.
Andy's been coming here forever, since it was only Auntie Deng's lightly slapped meat. He's practically family.
ไม่ได้จะมาขอแล้วนะ
พ่อมจะทำอะไรครับ เป็นทำงานอะไรนะครับ
เดี๋ยวให้ตุ๊บจีนเลย
ตุบจินเนาะตุบจินนะตุบจินได้ไหมครับ
นี่แหละขอนี่ให้
ทุบจิ้นได้ไหม
ทุบจีน
โอเค
จะมาเป็นลูกเขยต้องทุบจีนให้เป็นนะ
Hammered meat, here anyway, is beef or pork that's been charcoal grilled, then pulverized into ropey threads to give it a distinctive texture, then served with spicy chili and galangal dip.
ทุบให้ผ่านนะ ถ้าไม่ผ่านเราจะทุบเด้อ
พอแล้วไหมครับ พอแล้วเนาะ
พอแล้วใช้ได้เลย
ใช้ดีไหม
เยี่ยม
Oh, so I guess I've been accepted by the family, and I'll be living in the house here next door. And my job is going to be to smash beef with a hammer every night, probably for the rest of my life. ครับขอบคุณครับ
This woman has expectations, dude.
I'm in deep trouble. It's pretty obvious.
What do they pound it before they cook it?
It wouldn't look like that if they pounded it before they cooked it. Right. The
No,
whole
I'm not
idea
going
is
to question a classic. That's good.
Chewy. Chewy. Still chewy. Still chewing. It's delicious.
And because Andy is a VIP and potential future son-in-law, Dad, sporting his 40 amulets of protection, brings out the chef's special, a bitter soup with buffalo tendon spiked with bile.
That doesn't sound good.
But
Man, it
taste
is addictive right away.
Deep and dark and herbaceous. You getting some of that heat? Yeah.
You know, we talked about once you experience some of the sensory pleasures of the East, your previous life just isn't adequate anymore.
When the journey's coming to an end, when the movie's over, what's left to do? Oh yes, wrap things up. I think we've learned something here today in Chiang Mai. I can't summon exactly what that might be right now.
You know, I was thinking about this whole Muhammad said, you know, don't tell me what a man knows or what he says. Tell me where he's traveled. You learn stuff.
Maybe it's to remember to bring something to remove makeup before hitting the cabarets.
Like the first time that I spent a long period of time in Thailand, that sort of brightness, the spiciness, the simple elements making kind of this bright explosion of flavors. When I got back home, I immediately wished I could be back in Thailand.
Or maybe it just say, screw it, and have a good time.
It's quite beautiful. Please, thank you so much.
Áo sắc bạc. Hayบอกเปล่าสักบาทไม่เอาไปด้วยกันเลย
ชอบไปที่อเมริกานะ
เมื่ออ่านออกไปแล้วให้เหลืออีกกลับบ้านเถอะ